our chief guest. Please seat it. Keep your silent mode or vibrate mode, please. I request Captain Tom Joseph to lead the chief guest, Vice Admiral N.A. Hamby Holly, AVSM, NM. Please lead him to the dais. I request Captain Ivor Goviers to lead Dr. M. Beena IAS, our guest of honor, to the dais. Captain Tom Joseph and Captain Joseph Thomas may please come to the dais. I request Captain Tom Joseph to welcome the gathering.
Vice Admiral M.A. Hamby Holly, AVSM, NM, Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Southern Naval Command, Dr. M. Beena, IAS, Chairperson, Cochin Port Authority, Captain Ivor Govies, FNI, Director, Nautical Institute, London, Captain Joseph Thomas, FNI, Founder Chairman, NA India Southwest. Sponsors, speakers, officers from the Indian Navy and Civil Services, fellow members, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning and a hearty welcome to you all to God's Own Land and the 50th anniversary events of Nautical Institute. Nautical Institute is a non-profit making NGO as a charity and headquartered in London with a consultant with the International Maritime Organization. Whereas the Institute is not a school or following any particular curriculum, NA encourages and promotes high standard of qualification, competence and knowledge with special emphasis on safety among those in control of seagoing vessels. In this regard, continuous professional development or CPD program of NI is standing ahead of all. Nautical Institute, established in 1972, at its golden jubilee today, can boast of 56 branches with over 7,000 members across the globe. The idea of having an NA branch in Kochi was originally mooted in 2010 by then CEO Vijay Vivek through none other than past chairman and present secretary Sanjay Prasad Menzies. Basic criteria to start a branch is to have 35 members, whereas NA India Southwest, encompassing parts of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and all of the natives, had almost 10 numbers at that stage. In 2011, the Philippines visited Port City of Goa, Bangalore, and Kochi, coordinated by John Prasamis, with wholehearted support of Captain Joseph, then chairman of CMI Kochi. Our interactions with members in these cities, and due to maximum gain from Kochi, it was decided to have the NA branch based in Kochi. The branch was formally inaugurated September 2015 by the President of NA London, Captain Robert Macken, Captain Engineers, and Captain Joseph Thomas as our founder. The inaugural hotel branch was headed by several members, with houses traveling from Goa, Bangalore, Pelham, Turin, and Trivandrum. Membership of 2 years itself, and now stands down 90. In 2017, take of took place with Captain John Prasad as taking over handle from Captain Scotty Thomas. It was in December 2019 that took over the baton with Captain Joseph Alapat as chairman, Captain Neo Tamil as FNI, followed by Captain John Prasad as FNI, to the EC as secretary, and Mr. Shashikumar FNI as treasurer, but only to face the COVID-19 pandemic in the first of 2020 itself. With the physical meetings not full, we had several online webinars during the pandemic with participants from across the globe rather than limited to the local members. Addition is there that we had a series of webinars during 2020 to honor those associations and individuals who took extra initiative toward the pandemic-related issues, crew change in particular, to continue running the seagoings. This campaign culminated with honoring none other than Mr. Kit Kim, the Secretary General of IMO. India Southwest Branch of Nautical Institute can be proud of having the certificate of appreciation to IMO, with our signatures being there in Gallery of IMO in London. While we have past 50 years and looking at the theme of celebrations was rightly selected as Maritime Leadership in a Changing World. We are already in the autonomous ships, even remote piloting, which is to future leader of the industry to take on the next 50 years. It is to be emphasized that the certification scheme of Nautical Institute for Dynamic Pricing Officers is the industry standard recognized worldwide. The scheme that started in the 80s certified around 1,700 DPOs till year 2000, and by this day has almost 40,000 DPOs worldwide. All DPOs are CDD certified by the NA London. Till around 2003, DPO training was only held in UK and Norway. Subsequently, it started in Singapore, followed by many other cities including Mumbai. As of today, in India, there are few centers in Mumbai, but no center inside India. These DP training centers are required to be accredited to the Nautical Institute. Captain John Lloyd, CEO of NA London, has positively reacted to our proposal to start a DP center in Kochi, preferably in cooperation with Indian Navy and Cochin Shipyard. NA India is hoping that it will be supported in this area by the Indian Navy, as it will enable Navy training officers for its DP vessels, apart from scope resettlement training for retiring naval officers. Cochin Shipyard with many DP vessels for foreign clients and require DP experts too. Offshore sector is likely to have only DP vessels in near future. Moreover, several cruise and container vessels are also getting DP enabled to reduce the turnaround time in ports. Merchant Navy officers from southern parts of India interested in taking DP training are these days depending on Mumbai and Delhi. With two-way air tickets and cost of hotel stay in these cities, these officers from southern states will have to spend comparatively lesser to do their courses in Kochi. I am sure Navy, Cochin Shipyard and Marine Institutes in Cochin will seriously consider this proposal and help us to fulfill our dream. Ladies and gentlemen, Commander-in-Chief of Southern Naval Command, Vice Admiral M.A. Hampi Holi, AVSM NM, is here today as the chief guest. Vice Admiral Hampi Holi did his schooling from Chinese School and graduated from Naval. Commissioned in 1999, postgraduate from Defense Staff College, Wellington, did his higher command course at Naval War College, Goa, and attended National Defense College, New Delhi. Apart from being in command of warships, he held various prestigious appointments such as Flag Officer Sea Training in Kochi, Flag Officer Commanding Western Fleet, Director Naval Operations, New Delhi, Command Naval Academy, Edimala, and co-command of Southern Naval Command exactly an year ago. To be aware, it is the Navy Week here in India, and Navy celebrates the Navy Day on 04 December 2022. Despite several engagements in this connection, Apart from other operational responsibilities, it was very kind of Admiral to accept our invitation without any hesitation and agree to deliver the keynote today. On behalf of the Nautical Institute and NA India Southwest in particular, I extend a hearty welcome to you, Admiral. Our guest of honor today, Dr. M. Deena, IAS, is the chairperson of Cochin Port Authority. A medical doctor by profession, she is a 1999 IAS officer of Nautical. She held various appointments in the state, including that of Assistant Collector, Sub-Collector, CEO Smart City Trivandrum, Managing Director of Roads and Bridges Development Corporation, and Vaidila Mobile Hub. She also served as Collector of Trichur and Districts and Dean Manager of ASIDC prior to taking over of Cochin Port. As Collector District associated with the development of Cochin Port, including construction of international container transshipment travel, commissioning of petronet LNG, expansion of DPL, laying of rail piping, etc. Dr. B. Subda's situation was evident when we approached with the idea of issuing certificate of appreciation to the port, visiting ships, and subsequently to other organizations and individuals. We are grateful to Dr. Deena for accepting our invitation to be guest of honor today. On behalf of the Nautical Institute, a warm welcome. Captain Ivar Govias, FNI, is an executive member of the Nautical Institute, London. Captain was a master on the Chinese for 7 years until for 14 years he served as Marine Inspector, as senior claims executive, he played active roles in loss prevention and as internal auditor. Presently, he is director at Willis Towers in London, providing claims advocacy and clients with complex money business. In India Southwest extends a hearty welcome to you, Captain Ivar. Very few present have an introduction of Captain Joseph T. Thomas, FNI. He is a product of Sainik School, Karakutam, and been in command of supertankers for several years. He is now heading a maritime group in India. He was also chairman of CMMI Kochi chapter, and above all, he is regarded as the Pita of NA India Southwest, his founder chairman. On behalf of Nautical Institute, a bouquet of welcome. We at the Nautical Institute that some of our from US and cannot make it due to tourism resources. NA Global President Captain Allen from the United States, Captain John CEO with his whip, and his visit Hogan presenting the NA guest from London who would not get the clearance. It is them all. We have a lot of VIP speakers enlightening us on various industry with a general theme, maintain leadership in a changing world. Due to paucity of time, I am not naming any, but I am sure those chairing each section of the seminar are glad to introduce them to you. I extend a warm to chairman and learned speakers of each section to this event. I am extremely grateful that for many uniform engineers are to support us. It may please be that there is a large number of naval and coast guard from the Gulf countries, particularly United Kingdom, who are the members of Nautical Institute. Few of them even being the global presidents. Our immediate past president of NA London, Miss Gillian Carson Jackson, was a former Canadian Coast Guard officer. I hope Indian naval officers too take pride in being part of the NI. I welcome all of you, men in voice. I welcome our international and national sponsors present here, representatives from various marine organizations in Kochi, media, and dear fellow members of Nautical Institute, and all seafarers who are watching this event online or offline from sea or land across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Captain Tom Joseph. Now, next in the agenda is lighting of the lamp and the formal inauguration of the event. I request our chief guest and guest of honor to join. Can Tom please come like that? All the dignitaries on the dais, please join. Lighting of lamp by chief guest Admiral M.A. Ambihori, ABSM, NM. Dr. Deena, IAS. Captain Ivar Govias, Institute. Captain Joseph Thomas, former chairman, NI Southwest Kochi. Vice Admiral Muralidharan. Thank you, sir. I request Ryan to take this lamp away because there is fire sensors in this building. Please remove it as soon as possible. Thank you. Fire alarm may come and water may come on to us. So, request Captain I. Govis FNI, Member Executive Board, Nautical Institute, to give the Nautical Institute theme address. Captain I. Govis.
Good morning, everybody. It is indeed a pleasure and with great pride that I stand here. Thank you for the wonderful introduction that has already taken place. Of course, this spot would have been built by Captain Andre Levin, the President of the Nautical Institute. He extends his disappointment at not being able to be here. He is a seafarer, serving seafarer, and presently occupied on board a ship. But Andre has very kindly provided a short address, and rather than reinvent the wheel, please allow me to deliver it. So, in Andre's words, as we celebrate and reflect on our success over the last 50 years, we must look forward to the next 50. The extent knowledge we have gained to achieve even more. Of our global golden anniversary celebrations is maritime leadership in the aging world. At Nautical Institute, we recognize high quality leadership and excellent change management that is essential in a time of accelerated development. But how do we ensure that our future leaders develop these skills? One of the main focuses of the Nautical Institute is the training of seafarers and development skills to become ship operators in the Navy. What skills we should be teaching on to our younger career professionals so that they are ready and confident to take over from us? Let's be honest, we have very little idea what the future vessel is going to look like. But then, isn't every generation of seafarers the same? 50 years ago, when this was just beginning, no one could envision the vessels we are operating today. And yet, we are doing a fair job. This is due to this generation of seafarers passing on knowledge to us and giving us sufficient foundation of knowledge to build on, ensuring our success today. We must continue this maritime tradition. Our leaders of tomorrow are here with us today on our ships, in our houses, and in our homes. We must support and give every opportunity to these younger career professionals, especially the cadets who are trying to get relevant sea time to enable them to become competent watchkeeping officers. I believe that this is one of the greatest challenges we face in the maritime industry. As globally, we have so many cadets who are trying to find a berth on a vessel but are unable to do so. There are many quality shipping agents in India. So I ask you to commit to the future of our shipping industry by putting cadets on ships and servicing their needs throughout their lives at cost to the shipping company rather than charging ship owners an agency fee. By doing this, you will be making a significant difference in these young seafarers' lives. And you will benefit as their professional careers develop. In the words of the UK's MCA, climate change is one of the most serious environmental challenges we face. And if anyone is still in any doubt about climate change, I respectfully suggest you ask a seafarer. There is no doubt in this one's mind, that's Andre Gobind, and there's no doubt in this one's mind either. It is good to see that a significant number of world's leading shipping companies have engaged with the need to change and are heading in the right direction. Highly sophisticated ships at the cutting edge of technology and require the best onboard operators to sail them and to manage them ashore. Where are these highly trained career professionals going to come from? Well, if you want the very best, I suggest that you train them yourselves. What better way is there to guarantee the highest quality of staff than by you training them? You have committed millions of dollars to build these ships, and you have committed to help the environment by reducing your carbon footprint. I am asking you to commit a further small amount in comparison to the future seafarer by putting at least 2 cadets on board every one of these new vessels. These cadets are the future leaders who will be in charge of these vessels within the lifetime of the ships as captains and chief engineers, or oversee them in your offices as superintendents, managers, or CEO. None of what I am speaking about can be achieved by one person. The Nautical Institute has over 7,000 members, and we together, we can continue to achieve great things as we have done over the past 50 years. This is our time to make a difference, and I challenge you to join me in using our time constructively to make the difference. That was the address from Andre Gobind. And just going on a little bit, if I may, to get a great insight into what the Nautical Institute does, I would strongly recommend that you visit the website if you are not already doing so. There you will also find many things of interest to you. And if you are not a member, I would urge you to consider joining the Nautical Institute and making your voice heard. And last but not the least, thank you to the Southwest India branch for hosting this wonderful occasion and what promises to be a very, very interesting day ahead. Please enjoy yourselves, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. May your vision come true. The next is address by guest foreigner M. Dina IS. Assume, ma'am, please come and give your address.
Chief guest of today, Vice Admiral M.A. Humpy Holy AVSM NM FOCNC Southern Naval Command, Captain Iver Govies FNI Member Executive Board NI, Captain Joseph FNI Chairman NIEA Southeast Branch, Captain Joseph Thomas, distinguished guests, delegates, colleagues, and friends. It is an honor as a Kochiite that this very important seminar at the golden anniversary of the Nautical Institute is being organized at Cochin. Cochin is a port city with a glorious past, and it is only befitting that this event is being conducted here today as the port is moving towards our 100th anniversary. As you must be aware, the port of Cochin opened up in AD 1341 with a flooding of the earlier port, the Muziris port, and opening up of the Cochin harbour. Thereafter, the port has seen major developments with the Portuguese, the Dutch, and later the British participation, and it was during the British period that in the 1920s that the board has taken form. And we are closer to the 100th anniversary of the first vessel, SS Padma, entering the inner harbour of Cochin. So I thank the organizers for having organized this very significant event in the quality of. Coming to the topic of today, the topic is maritime leadership in a changing world. We all know the past couple of years have taught us what changes, what disruptive changes. In fact, the past few years, we have seen the pandemic and how it has affected the international maritime scenario. The issues of seafarers were flagged, the change in trade rates, the complete coming to a standstill of cruise industry. A lot of changes have happened in the past couple of years. So definitely, the concept of enabling our seafarers for handling leadership challenges in a changing world is extremely significant. Coming to how these changes, how the maritime world can be entrusted with or can be prepared for these changes, I'm sure this forum and the speakers will be throwing light on all of these topics. But let us say that the modern world is, in management terms, a VUCA world. It is volatile, it is uncertain, it is complex, it is ambiguous. The issues of the pandemic has already been brought out. The issues of climate change have also been touched upon. The rising sea levels, the increase of the temperature, extreme climate events are unfolding, and let us be certain about one thing: climate change is not something which the future holds for us. It has already begun. And to handle these and to commit ourselves to the decarbonization goals set by IMO, it requires strong and resilient leadership. Apart from challenges, there are also opportunities, especially by way of technological opportunities. Mention has been made. While change can be frightening and challenging, change also brings in a lot of opportunities. Optimization of cargo carriages, autonomous vehicles, optimization of routing, Internet of Things, big data analysis. There are a lot of possibilities that technology is opening up. So for all these, what is required is able leaders who can navigate waters of change skillfully and deftly. And I'm certain that the deliberations in this golden anniversary seminar of the Nautical Institute will be instrumental in this regard. We from the Cochin Port are participating in this seminar, and we look forward to deliberations in this regard. I wish all these deliberations all success. I once again compliment and congratulate the Nautical Institute at having successfully completed 50 years of existence, and I wish them many more laurels ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Elvina, Madam. Now, the next is a keynote address. I request Vice Admiral M.A. Holly, ABSM, NM, deliver his keynote address. Please.
Dr. M. Meena, the chairperson, Cochin Port Authority, Captain Ivo Gomias, the director of Nautical Institute, London, Captain Tom Joseph, chairman of Nautical Institute, India, Southwest Branch, Captain Joseph K. Thomas, the former chairman of the Nautical Institute, India, Southwest Branch, my fellow speakers at this Golden Anniversary Seminar, distinguished guests, I can see Admiral Muralidharan, a very revered senior in the Indian Navy who is here, other members of the Nautical Institute, seafarers, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. And a very warm welcome to Kochi to our distinguished guests welcome from our station. At the very outset, allow me in my personal capacity and also on behalf of both the Indian Navy and the Southern Naval Command to extend our heartiest felicitations to the Nautical Institute on their golden anniversary. The 5 decades since 1972 that the Nautical Institute has been in existence has been an eventful one for both the naval and merchant marine, as well as for the larger maritime industry. Let me recall just a few significant maritime milestones of these 50 years. The United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Seas was signed in December 1982 and came into force in 1994 after it had been ratified by the requisite 60 countries. This gave us a globally accepted constitution of the oceans. The mid-80s saw the turbulence caused by tanker wars, terrorism at sea hit the front pages of the world newspapers with the hijacking of the Italian passenger ship Achille Lauro in 1985. And this was followed thereafter at distressing frequency with incidents such as the USS Cole bombing and the Mumbai terror attack. The Falklands campaign and the Gulf Wars saw the effective integration of naval and coast and merchant fleets in maritime combat operations. Commercial usage of resources from the sea, be it offshore oil and gas, deep sea minerals, wind and tide energy, or fisheries, expanded significantly during this period. From Exxon Valdez in 1989 to MV Boccaccio in July 2020, oil spills from shipping accidents have caused public outcry. The Boxing Day tsunami in 2004 once again highlighted the vulnerabilities of coastal communities as well as maritime infrastructure. The impact of global warming on oceans and the maritime industry's own contributions to carbon emissions are under increasing scrutiny. New ocean routes have opened up in the Arctic. Alongside all these, there have also been increasing instances of piracy, armed robbery at sea, human trafficking, smuggling, and maritime disputes between states. The impact of COVID on the shipping and port sectors, and particularly the cruise shipping and fishing industry, is still fresh in our memory. It is against this backdrop that I'm delighted to be here this morning to speak to you and to learn from you. I would like to place on record my gratitude to the organizers in extending an invitation for me to this very important event. It's always a pleasure to address an audience of experienced professionals, and the joy is indeed doubled when the gathering is one of professional mariners. As I was going through the fine print of what the seminar organizers desired from me from this address, I discerned 2 distinct themes. One was leadership, with a focus on maritime leadership in a changing world, and the other were the challenges ahead, considering the geopolitical scenario we find ourselves in. But some thought it's easy and very easy to see that these 2 themes are interlinked, especially in a globally interconnected 21st century world. So my intention over the next few minutes that we have at our disposal is to make a few prefatory remarks on leadership and then segue into current geopolitical challenges and the management thereof. Insofar as leadership is concerned, ironically, there will be more has been written about it than about perhaps any other topic, but is less known in the discipline of behavioral sciences. However, I realize that I'm preaching to the choir on this issue since most of us here have spent our professional life and know the value of good leadership. One common way to think of leadership is to reflect the great leaders of history, those men and women who brought about significant organizational and societal change. In fact, names that spring to mind include Cook and Tasman, Columbus and Magellan, Drake and Nelson, and closer home, we have Kanoji Andre and Kunjali Markar. All of them, by their leadership at sea, impacted global events ashore, or at least regional events ashore. And this continues to be the case today. Whether it was Captain Roosevelt, or the master of Evergreen, or the skipper of Princess, or the master of MV Tampa, incidents at sea, and the manner in which the leader on the spot reacted very often disproportionately influences major political, economic, and social events on land. Of course, all acts of leadership must be analyzed in the context in which it is exercised. Why do followers submit to the rule and authority of leaders when the desire for freedom from restraint is so universally dominant in humankind? The answer is that the overwhelming majority of us see the value of good leadership, which brings in good order, peace, stability, and well-being. All leadership, whether it be on the personal sphere in our home household settings, or in a workplace, or in the spiritual realm in religious orders of various descriptions, or in the political arena, depend on an unspoken consent of the governed. Leadership ceases to be effective when that consent is broken. So the great responsibility that all of us as leaders bear is to maintain that consent as inviolate. Aristotle observed that nature abhors a vacuum. This is as true of leadership as it is of physical sciences. When good leadership is absent, its place will soon be taken up by disorder and anarchy and a breakdown of structure. And this is particularly stark and evident in affairs and activities connected with global maritime commons and the maintenance of good order at sea. All through history, whenever strong, pragmatic leadership with a maritime vision has been conspicuously absent, there has been a tendency for breakdown of accepted norms of behavior in the conduct of business at sea. And there are enough examples in our history. The vastness of the world's oceans imply that significant significance of the maritime domain are often unpoliced and unmonitored. Even in areas that are closely watched, there are frequent instances of unlawful behavior such as piracy, trafficking, illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. What we have witnessed in recent years is there is a strong desire and convergence of ideas in developing leadership structures that act decisively against issues that impact good order and professional conduct at sea. These range from regulatory mechanisms such as the various conventions, maritime capability building programs for littoral states run by maritime nations, as well as boots-on-the-ground actions by way of permanent presence of national as well as multinational naval forces for shipping and fisheries protection, anti-piracy, anti-narcotics, anti-trafficking, and EZ patrols, and so on. You would be aware that several environmental, regional, and multilateral fora exist in the maritime, like the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, the Western Pacific Naval Symposium, Colombo Security Conclave, so on and so forth. All have been formed to develop mechanisms in maritime commons and also cooperation to mitigate challenges. Evidently, discussions at most of these fora are monitored and suitable incremental steps are taken. Meaningful investment, and leadership. With that, let me move on to the next part of my address as a geopolitical scenario and the challenges. I'm not really a state secret when I make the claim that living in a very challenging period in human history. War is something that matters, what we refer to. Power contestations are taking place in multiple locations across the globe and multiple domains. In Eastern Europe, this has taken the form of a special military operation that has all the features of a conventional war, with occasional hints that it may cross the nuclear threshold. This conflict is now in its 10th month, and there is no certainty on how and when it will taper down. Despite being largely a land-based campaign, the maritime theatre has an oversized influence on several aspects of operations. These include the sinking and damage of several naval warships, the use of drones and unmanned platforms in an offensive role at sea, a reiteration of the lethality of sea mines, which does not discriminate whether the target is a warship or a merchant ship, and the age-old naval practice of blockades, amphibious operations, and trade warfare. If a reminder was required on how deeply reliant global food security on seaborne cargo, it was provided by the stoppage of grain exports from Black Sea ports. The criticality of Turkish straits connecting the Aegean and Mediterranean seas to the Black Sea have once again highlighted the importance of maritime choke points in geostrategy. This conflict has also reminded us of how dependent we are on sea-based energy, pipelines, and even telecommunication data cables. At the geopolitical level, tensions in Europe have forced a reappraisal of the future of globalization. This has major implications for the maritime and shipping industries, which have a predominant global character and content. We observe that trade globalization has not led to a commensurate globalization of labor, with various nation states placing increasing restrictions on migration and labor flows. We see deglobalization in finance, with Russia being cut out of SWIFT banking system for international payments and settlements, and sanction regimes impacting economies from Latin America to Asia. We note that restrictions on where oil and gas is sourced from, the price at which it can be traded, and the ability of insurance companies to provide money risk cover all have implications for the shipping industry. The increasing nationalization of high-end and dual-use technology and the enactment of legal measures such as the CHIPS Act to strengthen US position in semiconductor research and development point to the fact that the tide is also turning against globalization when it comes to scientific innovation. Even the internet, which has a uniquely global character, is now being sequestered behind mechanisms such as the Great Firewall, as well as by disruptive cyber activity. On the other side of the globe, the South China Sea continues to remain an area of conflicting maritime claims. We have seen an increasing trend in recent times for these contested claims to be asserted, with some forms of violence at sea, albeit at a low level. Such actions always carry with them the risk of escalation, no matter how unintended. The multiplicity of maritime issues in the South China Sea and its neighboring environment complicate the regional geopolitical picture. Apart from the disputed maritime claim lines, these include the Taiwan issue, ownership claims over other island territories, construction and militarization of artificial islands, claims for territorial waters around artificial islands, freedom of navigation, promulgation of expansive air defense identification zones, and the alarmingly high frequency with which these maritime regions are the splash points for various missile tests, especially from the Korean Peninsula. These complicating actions have eroded trust and confidence and undermined peace and stability in the region. At the recent ADMM Plus meeting in Cambodia, our Defense Minister, Shri Rajnath Singh, had expressed the hope that the ongoing negotiations on the Code of Conduct for the South China Sea will be fully consistent with international law, in particular the UNCLOS, and should not prejudice the legitimate rights and interests of nations that are not party to these discussions. Regional security initiatives must be consultative and development-oriented and be reflective of the larger global consensus. India's interest is in a free, open, and inclusive order in the Indo-Pacific, based on sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, peaceful resolution of disputes through dialogue, and adherence to international rules and laws. As part of its ongoing endeavors to cement maritime security, interoperability, and enhance cooperative mechanisms across a wide maritime swath of the Indo-Pacific, the Indian Navy has actively participated in the 2022 edition of the US-coordinated biennial Rim of the Pacific exercise, or RIMPAC as it is called, and has also joined the multilateral Bahrain-based Combined Maritime Force as an associate partner. India also plays a key role in the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or Quad, partnering with Australia, Japan, and the US in promoting a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. Closer home, due to the geostrategic location in the Indian Ocean region and its maritime character, India has enjoyed historical and cultural ties with the littoral states. India has been at the forefront of regional cooperation initiatives of the Indian Ocean rim countries and has consistently viewed the Indian Ocean region as a shared asset of the IOR littoral nations. It is an important lifeline to international trade and transport as it commands control of major sea lanes carrying half of the world's container ships, 1/3 of the world's bulk cargo traffic, and 2/3 of the world's oil shipments. The Indian Ocean region is not bereft of its problems pertaining to piracy and armed robbery, illegal human migration, drugs and armed trafficking, and IUU fishing. In 2015, our Prime Minister articulated the theme of our Indian Ocean policy, encapsulated by the acronym SAGAR, which stands for Security and Growth for All in the Region. This outlook towards the Indian Ocean regions emanates from the Indian element of our civilizational basic thoughts, which means the entire world is a family. SAGAR has various interrelated elements such as deepening economic and security cooperation in the littorals, enhancing capacities to safeguard land and maritime boundaries, working with sustainable regional development, and towards the same blue economy, including sustainable and varied fishing, and promoting collective action to deal with non-traditional threats such as natural disasters, piracy, terrorism, IUU fishing, etc. Regional maritime collaboration and cooperation on IOR countries, spearheaded by India, focuses on the challenges faced in Asia. Maritime resources will be key to sustained growth and development of nations across the Indian Ocean region in the ongoing century. Taking a cue from the negative impact of conflicting claims in some maritime areas of the world, India has been at the forefront in ensuring that the maritime expanse of the Indian Ocean is peaceful and it optimally harness the benefit of all nations in the region. India has also demonstrated respect for the rules-based order, setting an example of how abiding with international law will enable harnessing the global commons for the good of all. The maritime element of India's neighborhood first policy manifests itself in the form of maritime capacity building in the IOR littorals, support for marine resource protection, and conservation by providing ships and aircraft for EEZ patrols, mission-based deployments, and search and rescue. In its role as the preeminent maritime entity in the region, capacity building that India provides to littoral states covers a wide spectrum. This includes development of ports and other maritime infrastructure, setting up of coastal radar chains, transfer of maritime patrol vessels, aircraft and helicopters, maritime domain awareness for the Information Fusion Center in the Indian Ocean region, hydrography and cartographic support, maritime training, logistics and maintenance. Capacity development activities also extend to other sectors of littoral economies as banking and financial services, railways and public health. To quote a maritime metaphor, all of these activities are taken together and have a cumulative effect on imparting to our littoral neighbors the ability to catch fish by themselves. For if you teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. As far as the Indian Navy is concerned, the Navy's engagement with partner navies can broadly be categorized into 4 verticals: capacity building, capability enhancement, constructive engagements, and collaborative efforts. India's support in providing physical assets like ships, aircraft, equipment, and infrastructure to friendly foreign countries to meet their maritime security needs can be seen as capacity building support. Endeavors such as fishing support, hydrographic assistance, participation in joint surveillance, technical assistance for repairs, refits of ships, institution of information sharing mechanisms are forms of capability enhancement support. Activities such as periodic dialogues, reciprocal visits at leadership and functional levels, bilateral and multilateral exercises, and coordinated patrols and exchange of subject matter experts are all forms of constructive engagements being pursued by the Indian Navy. Activities pursued in this category of collaborative efforts manifest themselves in the form of promotion and participation in multilateral constructs such as the IONS, the Goa Maritime Conclave, Milan, etc. Effective maritime security is a collective and cumulative throughput of several activities. Geographic realities of India's position in the Indian Ocean and relatively higher maritime capacities place higher responsibilities on India to contribute proportionately in this collective endeavor. India has made conscious efforts to live up to these expectations and has rightfully earned the reputation of being the preferred security partner in the Indian Ocean region. I am, of course, short of time and I intend to sign off here on this note. I have brought about the challenges that we face as we look into the next 50 years, as was rightly brought out. We have problems in hand, but let me assure you that collectively, as a community of nations, we do not admire the problems, but we always seek solutions. And there have been engaging efforts all across to find solutions, and rightfully at that, in keeping with international norms and rule-based order. I shall sign off on that note. I am sanguine that the Nautical Institute will continue to do its outstanding work in promoting the interests of the maritime sector. I must say that the ship is in very capable hands, and I perceive that the Nautical Institute has a glorious future despite the challenges that lie ahead. Once again, my congratulations on your golden anniversary. Thank you very much for being a patient audience. I wish you fair weather, fair winds, and fathoms below your keel. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your informative speech. Now is the time to honor our guests with mementos. I request Captain Tom Joseph, Chairman, to give the mementos to our Chief Guest, Vice Admiral M.A. Hamdi Hall. Chief Guest would like to give a memento.
A crest on behalf of the Southern Naval Command to the Nautical Institute.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now the next memento to Dr. N. Dina, IAS. Being our guest of honor, taking a time off. Next memento to Captain Ivor Godius. I request Captain Kapildev Bale to please come forward to honor the chief guest and guest of honor. Captain Kapildev Bale from Mumbai has come to attend this function. He would like to personally honor our chief guest and guest of honor. Captain Kapildev Bale, please give a big round. Thank you, sir. And next is to Dr. M. Dina, IAS Chairman, Kochi Port Authority. Enjoying your stay. Please give a big round. Very nice gesture. Thank you, gentlemen. vote of thanks, I request Mr. Deepak Shashikumar, Chief Engineer by profession and currently a fleet manager with Synergy Maritime Private Limited, to please come forward. He is a university gold medalist. He is a business graduate from the Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, and a keen advocate of energy efficient shipping. He aspires to contribute effectively towards greener and environment-friendly shipping while maintaining the essence of safe shipboard operations. He is currently developing a product that would be an alternative to conventional scaffoldings, which could potentially revolutionize ballast tank cooling maintenance on tankers. Mr. Deepak Shashikumar, please give the vote of thanks.
Very good morning, respected dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. The best and beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt by the heart. Thank you is one such prayer among them. I consider it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the honorable dignitaries who have gathered here this morning and look forward to an enthralling and informative session for all of us today. On behalf of the Nautical Institute and the India Service Branch, I would like to thank our chief guest, General M.A. Hampipoli, PSM, who graced us with his thought-provoking address, touching upon geopolitical challenges in maritime leadership, a dive into the role of the Indian Navy and the multilateral fora in handling global maritime challenges was thought-provoking and set a perfect platform for the 50th anniversary celebration of the Nautical Institute. I would like to express gratitude to our beloved guest of honor, Dr. M. IAS, for all the words of wisdom that created a source of energy within us. The quick run-through of the history of the port, together with the impact of resilient leadership to attain global maritime climate change goals, was insightful. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by the Nautical Institute London and a team of very motivated and dedicated members of the NI Southwest branch for taking time out from their daily schedules to coordinate, organize, and put together what we see before us today. We are grateful to our national event sponsors, both global and India, for generously contributing and supporting to make this festive day happen, the first of its kind in India. I cannot thank everyone enough for the moment and the willingness they have expressed to take on the comfort zones. Once again, thank you very much, all of India. Wish you all a pleasant day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is our inaugural session has come to an end, and there will be tea being served outside. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries, chief guests, and guests of honor for gracing this occasion.
Any Sainik school member here? Sainik school? Sainik school? Sainik school? No, one more, sir. One more Sainik school. Yeah, it's one more. Sainik school. One more, sir. One more person. Okay. Yeah, it is allegation. Something that you have to try to no, but you've already given us a lot of your time. So.
For 30 years as a nautical cargo and warranty surveyor for the P&I and H&M industry, as well as an OCIMF SIRE accredited oil major waiting inspector. He has a postgraduate degree in law and has passed the associate examinations of the Chartered Institution of Transport London, the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers London, and the Narottam Moraji Institute of Shipping Mumbai. He is a fellow of CMMI and serves as a member of Governing Council of NM Institute of Shipping and chairman of the Nautical Institute India West. Over to you, sir. So,
Do you have a CV? No. That's okay. Good morning. That's okay. A warm welcome indeed, and such a pleasant environment that we're meeting today. Thank you for introducing me, Captain Verghese, and although that looks very impressive, I think my wife, who's somewhere around here, will sum it up very well. He is doing nothing of value. So the word value, of course, is defined as, what is in monetary terms, but I was happy that some officers here said, no, Kapildev, don't worry, it's value to all of us, so it's okay. It's reassuring. I'm also very happy to see an age profile which is, ranging from my age to younger people, and that's so important. I mean, we need to inculcate this, habits and knowledge to the leaders of tomorrow. And I think the current president of NIA London has summed it up very well in his opening remarks. When he said that the leaders of tomorrow are here with us today, and we really need to, encourage those. So Mumbai has been very well represented here. I'm so happy that the Nautical Institute of India is represented so well out here, and I'm glad. But I can also share that we've struggled to, increase our memberships, and the COVID has been a setback. Our routine seminar that we hold every year with the Navy at INS Aswini could not be held for 2 years. It was done this year after a gap of 2 years. Nonetheless, so I'm so happy with this session, and the best part I think about this is, other than the impressive lineup of speakers, is that we have, we listen routinely in Nautical Institute seminars to fellow mariners, which is really looking at a different perspective from the same expert domain. But now we have speakers who are not only, in a similar expert domain, but even different. So that's such a remarkable change. We have a 1-hour session. We are 4-5 minutes behind schedule. So I think 15 minutes would be all right for each speaker. And can we have 15 minutes for question answers? I wonder if you'd like to, if you have a presentation, would you like to complete that and then open it for question answers after your speech? Or would you like to be interrupted as you go along? That is, I think, all right for everybody. It's an honor to introduce the first speaker, Vice Admiral MP Muralidharan. He retired as the Director General of Indian Coast Guard after several years' appointments in a career close to 4 decades in the Indian Navy. Laptop has gone to sleep mode, but I'm happy that nobody else is sleeping. I need to keep talking, in other words, I
think you gotta. No, it's okay. I'll keep tapping. It's okay. It went to sleep mode when I was talking, so I had to wake it up. But most important, everybody else is not speaking. So he was the commander of the Indian Navy, Indian Naval Academy, and Chief of Personnel of Navy. Post-retirement, was a member of the Armed Forces Tribunal, an appointment equivalent to a High Court judge, a regular writer and speaker on strategic and maritime affairs. The Admiral was awarded the Ati Vishish Seva Medal twice by the President of India and also the Now Seva Medal. Please welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. At the outset, let me thank the organizers of this wonderful seminar and the Nautical Institute for giving me an opportunity to be here among fellow mariners. I will broadly cover the subject of, when you talk of leadership changing world, the Asian region, how the subject matter is to be dealt with, and what do we in the maritime world need to look at. Now, the 21st century is often spoken of as the century of the seas. While dwindling resources on land has compelled mankind to look to the oceans for livelihood and because there are a lot of untapped resources. Further, globalization of trade and commerce and increased interlinking of economies and the fact that bulk of it happens through the maritime routes has further raised the relevance of maritime domain. Now we are here situated in Asia, and the relevance of this was recognized as far in the middle of the 19th century by Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan, a US naval thinker and historian, and he had actually said whoever controls Indian Ocean controls Asia. This ocean is key to the 7 seas. In the 21st century, destiny of the world will be decided in its waters. Of course, a slight change that has happened over the last 2 decades, that we have started looking beyond the Indian Ocean into the Indo-Pacific. And this subject was very succinctly put across by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2018, when he said that in the 21st century, destiny of the world will be deeply influenced by the course of developments in the Indo-Pacific region. Now, past few decades have seen lots of liberalization across the world, leading to closer cooperation between nations in manufacturing, trade, capital flows, resulting in enhanced economic interdependence. Now, development of newer technologies and communication transportation has also enhanced trade and other activities, and it will only increase further as more and more developing nations, and bulk of them being from Asia region, leverage globalization. It will be quite apparent that all this increases the importance of maritime domain. Now, shipping, as I hardly need to tell this audience, is therefore crucial to the world economy. It takes place in every cycle of supply chain, from supply of raw material to delivery of processed goods to the consumer. It's also an area of economic activity that presents the most international character in world trade. Now, global dependence on maritime trade has increased, and today, most statisticians put it around 80% of the global trade by volume, and almost 70% of the value is carried by sea as per the UNCTAD data. Now, the seaborne cargo has also grown from about 2.5 billion metric tons in 1970 to over 11 billion tons in 2019. While there was a slowdown due to the pandemic situation, which is just getting over, global maritime fleets have doubled between 2005 and 2020 to about 2.033 million deadweight tonnage and about 62,000 odd vessels. It has increased the dependence and corresponding economic impact in the world. More importantly, there are about 65,000 ports and terminals generating over 14 million jobs. So, the total volume of trade is expected is in the region of about $35,000 billion. And I must add here that apart from purely maritime shipping activity, we also have the oceans are linked to the fish, minerals, metals, and of course energy resources. Some of which we are tapping now, but the others we'll delve more into, especially the polymetallic nodules, etc., as and when the technologies make it a little cheaper. Now, 21st century, as also mentioned by the chief guest this morning, is also in a world of regular state of flux due to political issues as well as technological challenges. Now, maritime industry has actually been facing such multiple challenges from time immemorial, and being a mariner, I must say we have been quite adept at adapting to the changing situation. We actually changed from, that's so multiple challenges, whatever happened, how we went about the way, etc. But like in every other area, maritime leadership is one which calls for multiple skills, and the constant focus should be of administration. In a broad sense, the basics of maritime administration, we need not look beyond what is said in the Indian Merchant Shipping Act of 1958, which says that it is to foster development and ensure efficient maintenance of Indian maritime marine in a manner best suited to serve national interests. Now, you would agree that all nations would be looking at maritime activities through a similar prism. Of course, maritime activity being transnational in nature and the linkages that exist, one needs to look at international rules and regulations apart from own national legal framework. Broadly, administration would cover registration of ships, survey and certification for their safety looking, manning and pollution protection, certification of seafarers including safety, health and welfare, casualty investigation, port control and flag state inspections. And of course it will also mean imposing penalties on those who are not complying with it, and while coordinating issues with IMO and other multinational forums. Now, sea trade, as I briefly mentioned, is a holistic structure. It involves economy, business, politics, law, technology and logistics, and also touches on social and cultural aspects. While shipping should be considered on a worldwide basis, the planning has to be made on regional basis and implementation conducted each nation by its local and national priorities take over. And for this reason, in law and economics and logistics branches, shipping operates according to both international as well as national regulations. And so we need to consider two broad sections, marine management and marine economy. And also we should realize that the rapid changes taking place because of technology, digitalization and automation, the operation of maritime business is changing. So which again calls for very highly skilled and specialized management skill. It can't be business as usual. And we should be ever ready to embrace technology. Now, trading system, as I mentioned, has been the vanguard of economic development. So it is not really new to technological revolution. From rowing and sailing vessels to steamships to today nuclear powered ships and submarines. And mercantile marine too has transformed from sail ships that carried very low volume but high cargo ships of that era to high volume bulk carriers transporting a variety of cargo, whether it be food grains, ore, coal, oil and gas, and of course today containerized and palletized cargo. Over the last 30-40 years, we have witnessed the way changes in the way cargo is packaged. On a personal note, I remember as a young officer seeing how the ships used to unload in Cochin Harbour. It was all in sacks and things used to come there as well. Then around the late 70s, the containerization came in, I think. Subject to correction, I think we were the first port to land containers in India was at Cochin. And I think a few weeks or months after Singapore. So today ports are very highly digitized and networked with various industrial centers. Now stage is now set for transition not only in the nature of cargo but also the way shipping and related activities are advancing. Many here would recall that the untarred review of maritime transport way back in 2017 had expressed the view that new technologies are transforming the marine transport industry and providing opportunities to improve economic efficiency, optimize logistics, management systems and operations, and expand connectivity, including digital connectivity. So, as we mentioned by the previous speakers, this advanced analytics, onboard sensors, communications, port call optimization, blockchains, big data, and of course, the era of autonomous ships and vehicles are also with us. You must also remember that some of these technologies helped us during the pandemic to reduce physical contact, and the ships were still moving and it was happening. The trade was still happening. Now, the way, like I mentioned, it has changed the way we load cargo, we relate cargo services. Well, we are going to look at, I think in near future, crewless vessels or maritime autonomous surface ships. Now, some of this and submarines are already coming into the naval field, and this is going to come more and more even into the mercantile marine. It's still happening. People are monitoring the way ships across the world, diverting them, controlling them as required. Now, against this background, let's look at Asian region. Asia today has become a maritime hub that brings together over 50% of the global maritime trade in volumes. More specifically, it's about 40 to 41% of the total goods loaded. That means exports are from here, and around 62% of the goods that's imported, raw material, etc., are also happening in Asian region. In 2020, 8 of the top 10 ports in the world were located in India, and only 2 were elsewhere. Globally, of about 1.9 million seafarers, and among the 5 largest seafarer supplying countries, 4 are from Asia: Philippines, Indonesia, China, and India. And 5th being Russia. They together contribute to almost 45 to 50% of the global workforce. So, in the coming years, the maritime sector is going to be totally different. Probably there will be less on-board jobs, and there will be more onshore jobs or managing from behind the scene. So we need to do reskilling and retraining for this transformation. Now this will be a major administrative task for Asian countries, as they are the major suppliers of global maritime shipping labor. Now environmental concerns is also being increasingly raised across the world, including in Asian countries, and this in turn calls for procedures, and we need to cater to protect environment and to stop environmental pollution. Another area that for consideration is the emerging threats, both conventional and non-conventional. The geostrategic importance of Asia Pacific, and more especially our area, whatever you want to call Asia Pacific, Asia-centric, I would say, you'll find virtually all the major powers in the world are operating in this area or are looking for bases and operating facilities in this area, whether it be US, UK, France, you name it, everybody wants to be here or be partner with one of the countries here. And China's own expansionist plans, as also shown by the Commander-in-Chief in his address, more in the South China Sea, is also creating a lot of turmoil. What they term as the salami slicing, which means you are making very incremental changes initially, which may not be much. But if you see as a whole, you know, when you take another load, it's a major change. For example, he's been creating artificial islands and expanding, which means that now suddenly he will have larger claims over the exclusive economic zone and all those places. And he will say, this is my territory, the shipping can't pass through this. So you're going to put some curtailments of sea lanes of communication across that. That's one major danger. The other one, again, is non-conventional, or what we term as the low-intensity maritime operations. Maritime terrorism, piracy, drug and human smuggling, trafficking, gun running, and illegal, unregulated and unreported, or IUU fishing, are very sensitive area. There are also threats to energy security, economy and environment. And policing the seas is a very challenging proposition, and which maritime security agencies across the world find it. It's almost close to 140 million square nautical miles and about 2.5 times the planet's terrestrial surface. legislative frameworks. Now, for example, the UNCLOS decided something against China. China said, no, I'm not accepting this. As far as I'm concerned, the bilateral issue. Now, the other country involved is so small, he's got no major voice to raise it. So, you will find more such, I just quoted China as example, you will find more such thing. So, and UNCLOS itself came into force only in 1994, almost 5 decades after Freedom of the Air Agreement. And again, like I said, it only applies to nation states. There are so many non-state constituencies, and there are shipping companies, ship owners, cargo owners, who do things as per their jurisdictional interpretation. So suffice to say that maritime arena, the non-conventional threats are very difficult to control, adjudicate. It needs cooperation between all nations, and we have all experienced how piracy over the last few decades have created problems. And so marine governance in Asian region has also been a casualty of strategic competition. I mentioned about South China Sea and how it's trying to dominate the Asia. But one silver lining is, I think all nations across the Indo-Pacific are trying to look at deepening security and economic ties. Now, how can we work together in a joint framework for development of governance in the maritime sector? Now, in a way, India has taken this lead. And the Prime Minister expressed the maritime vision of India is that of Sagar, or security and growth for all in the region. And with this basic concept, in the East Asia Summit at Bangkok in November 2019, we also proposed the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which is meant to manage, conserve, sustain, and secure the maritime domain, essentially looking at creating partnerships with like-minded countries, and it's a non-treaty based across virtually from the eastern shores of Africa to the western Pacific Ocean. And it covers a wide spectrum. There are basically 7 pillars: maritime security, maritime ecology, maritime resources, capacity building and resource sharing, disaster and risk reduction management, science, technology and academic cooperation, trade connectivity and maritime transport. Now, I think this is a whole covers the entire maritime sector that we want to look at. Now, there are some statistics of Asia-centric. As per the UNCTAD's review of maritime transport 2022, some of the facts and figures that Asia remained the world's leading maritime cargo handling center in 2021. As I mentioned, 42% exports, 64% imports, 40% of the total containers trade cargo on the main east-west route between Asia, Europe and United States was through this. And if you consider the South Asia, Mediterranean, again about 13%. So, with all these trade across this area, Asia, Europe has increased by about 10% and with growing volumes. Now, container exporters and importers in in Asia are among the top 5 in the world, and almost half the traffic coming through includes China, Vietnam, Korea, and Japan. The top 3 shipowning countries in terms of deadweight tonnage, 2 of them are Asian, China and Japan. Now, UNCTAD also calls upon all the maritime nations to assess the potential changes in shipping demand, develop and upgrade port infrastructure, hinterland connections, including involving the private sector in it. It can't be left to governments alone. And these include, I would say, switching to low carbon, zero fuels, and the trade growth, while its annual average expand now after the pandemic to about 2.1%, still slower. But there are statistics, and some predict that the trade will double by 2030 and quadruple by 2050. So shipping industry actually 21st century requires entirely new thinking and cannot operate as business as usual. Technological advance in ports and terminals offer an opportunity for all of us to innovate. Strategic planning, human resource management, that's crew management, will have to be looked at. Future work will look very different from what it is today. Reskilling and retaining of manpower will be very crucial in preparing. Particularly importance to Asian countries because they are the major suppliers of labor, as we mentioned. Broad bilateral and regional cooperation. So here I would say the Indo-Pacific Oceans initiatives would help. and would go a long way for us to achieve the 2030 UN Agenda of Sustainable Developments. I would like to sum up or enclose by quoting what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said at the Maritime India Summit in March 21, when he said Maritime India Vision has been launched, and he said that we want to share our best practice with the world and we are open to learning from global best practices, continuing our focus on trade and economic linkages with BIMSTEC and IOR nations. And he said India plans to enhance investment in infrastructure and facilitate mutual agreements with 2026. And this includes use of renewable source of energy in the maritime sector and usage of more than 60% of the total energy needs by 2030. I think together the Asian nations, we can look at developing this sector. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's 11:30, so can I request 12 minutes each, please, so we can try and finish on time. Matthew, you were supposed to be the first speaker, but your CV was not ready, so it's there now in front of you. So please pardon the change in sequence. C.J. Matthew is an alumnus of the prestigious Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi University, and the Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. Mr. Matthew joined the Indian Revenue Service in 1987 and currently is member Technical Customs Excise Service Tax Appellate Tribunal, former Commissioner of Customs and Central Excise, Kochi Additional Director General Audit, Hyderabad. He was on the board of Cochin Port Trust from 2005 to 2011, contributed to decisions on many works projects of the port as member of the board and in subcommittees. Business innovation through government offerings using case written in collaboration with Port Raghunath from Valapattam experience. He is a regular resource person in various courses offered by the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Delhi, particularly on SEZ, logistics and indirect taxes. Please welcome Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Captain Kapildev Well, for the introduction. Admiral Muralidharan, Dr. Chengappa, distinguished office bearers of the Nautical Institute, national, international, national, and of the Southwest, distinguished guests, fellow speakers, and of course, any of the citizenry of Cochin who are present here. First of all, let me congratulate the Nautical Institute for having achieved the Golden Mile and for having taken up this issue for discussion across the world and for Cochin to have taken it up here as our contribution to the nautical world. In the history of humankind, and even if you look at the nautical history of humankind, a few hundred years is a relatively short lapse of time. So if you look back maybe about 5 centuries, a seminar like this or whatever passed for the equivalent of a seminar like this would certainly have not been contemplated, and certainly not the issue which I have been asked to address, that is the role of the national administrations, because the national administrations just weren't there as far as the marine world was concerned. The investors in craft generally sailed with the fleet. They invested in the cargo too, spending long days away from their base, long years from their base, in their trading endeavors. And their only interaction with administrations, or what passed for administrations, was the customary tributes, or what is now called the customs. The customary tributes paid to the local heads who could give them access to the markets. So therefore, this was one field of endeavor where there was hardly any regulation and mostly concentrated around the Mediterranean. And then came the researchers, or what we would call researchers today. People like Vasco da Gama, Magellan. They are the people, Christopher Columbus. They wanted to do the same thing which the commercial traders were doing. But at the same time, they lacked the wherewithal because there was no commercial interest. And naturally, they looked for state support. They went to the ruling monarchs and undertook, under their patronage, discovered new lands. And as a quid pro quo, planted the flags of their monarchs in those nations or those states. And thus created what we today call colonialism, the age of colonialism, which finally went into an expiry stage sometime in the last century, towards the mid of the last century, a particularly longish time. But somewhere in the midst of that, there was one particular aspect of colonialism which most of us seem to ignore. And it is that colonialism, that aspect of colonialism, which has had a major impact on the marine trade, the marine endeavors of today. And that is the formation of the joint stock companies. So when these joint stock companies were formed, they came with charters from the monarchs. And those charters permitted them to travel the seas, go across lands, and go beyond mere trading, thus bringing about an aspect of regulation, an aspect of interaction between the merchant marine and the national administrations, which tell them was limited to either state support for discoveries or for the defense of the realms. That colonization passed. The vestiges remain in a few places in the world. But this institution called the Joint Stock Company, which segregated the craft owner from the cargo, which created limited liability, that continued, and that regulation is what one of the primary interactions with the national administration remains as far as the marine world is concerned. That continues so. The Treaty of Tordesillas, that has faded into oblivion. The cry of the seas of England, at best a delusional debate, does not exist anymore. It is the narrow sea. Narrow sea remains. Today codified, at one time more by convention. But even so, it did not matter much in national administrations, because we look at the older port cities, which continue to exist today. These were multilingual, multi-ethnic, and multi-jurisdictional enclaves within national territories. Most often the law of the land, even if they did exist, would not go towards that area. Literally treated as alien territory where might ruled. Today that is not so. Today ports are changing. I wanted to bring this to your attention for a particular reason. That all this has happened over the last 5 centuries. And in many ways, much of the changes have taken place in the last 2 centuries. And changes are taking place even as we speak. What in the world of finance would be called compounding. Compounding is what's happening. And that is the challenge of maritime leadership. Maritime leadership, which stands on 2 legs. One, what is generally known as offshore, which all of you are familiar with, and all of you undertake, and all of you are moving with speed. And the other, for want of another better word, I would say, off-sea. A contradistinction which will draw attention to the linkage between the two. That the two have to go hand in hand. And that is where the role of 4 of those facets of maritime leadership come in. In my view, these are, to start with, securing the property, the ownership, whether it's of the craft or the cargo, for which we have laws, we have conventions. Sometimes laws and conventions merge, sometimes conventions adopt laws, laws adopt conventions. The second is what today we would call industrial relations, or taking care of the needs and requirements of the seafarers, who form the fulcrum of marine movement. And unless the seafarers' welfare is taken care of, their rights are taken care of, we will not find more seafarers coming into the industry. The third, of course, which everyone will agree, considering that the seas adjoin land, would be security. Security is of concern to nations, security is of concern to regions, and they are being addressed and they will be addressed, continue to be addressed. But there is one, a very key point which most nations often ignore, and that is on the policy initiatives. It is those policy initiatives which make all the difference for as far as off-the-sea maritime leadership is concerned. And it is about those policy initiatives, and those policy initiatives being taken will determine if leadership staying ahead of the changes or not. That dynamism, that speed is what we're talking about. Before we come to the policy aspect of what India has gone through, because there are policy problems, we had a draft shipping policy, I think, sometime in 2000. The problem with that policy was that did not dovetail with the rest of the policies. And the shipping policy which stops at the harbour or the port does not really render you a result. Now we have a new policy, the Maritime Vision 2030, which of course is integrated, it's an integrated document, which takes care of various facets, the hinterland up to the sea and beyond. Before we go into that, there are two developments which I would like to draw your attention to. One, as recent as 2019, the Ship Recycling Act. It is intended to bring in an element of regulation to what happens to ships after you sail them. A very essential requirement, especially in countries like India, which have been a source of livelihood, a source of industry as far as ship graveyards are concerned. The other is the Commercial Courts Act 2015. There's something which needs a push, and that push will have to come from organizations such as the Nautical Institute and other related agencies and organizations without which it will not come into common use. Because there are certain jurisprudential evolutions in this, which is of particular importance is when you consider that disputes about cargo, disputes about vessels are always to be handled in some form by specialized agencies. And the government has recognized this and brought out, of course it covers all aspects of commercial interaction, but it's of relevance also to the merchant trade. Because one, there is a time frame which is put in. Two, it recognizes the need for specialization. And most importantly, turning most jurisprudence upside down, it recognizes there's a presumption of foreign law. And that presumption of foreign law can make all the difference where there are gaps and ambiguities. Coming to the policy, the Maritime Vision. Maritime Vision has 10 key themes. One of them are their technology, etc. I remember that about 10 years ago, we had gone to Jebel Ali as part of a delegation, and normally on conclusion of these official delegations, there is a interaction with the local mission. And we are asked, what is the takeaway? Because that gives them an idea of what is to be handled the next time. And we said technology. That technology is given a focus. Attention to seafarers, building our capacity from 10%, pushing it up. Changing turnaround time, reducing it from 25 hours for containerized cargo, 25 hours to less. Two key elements. Development of ships. That of course is a problem as far as India is concerned, because the incentive to develop a shipbuilding industry will come up only when, or ship buying will come up only when there is an inflow and outflow match. Now that has not happened. Countries which have, they are the ones which have become leaders in shipbuilding and ship holding. Tax, other issues are there, no doubt, but that can be addressed, provided there is a will, and that will can come only with development of our outward cargo too. That is where the challenge lies as far as shipbuilding is concerned. As far as infrastructure is concerned, that has been adequately addressed here. There is an intention to develop 3 megaports, 300 MTPA capacity and plus. And unlike a normal way of looking at it, which is create a greenfield port, we know the problems of creating a greenfield port, subject to availability of time. I'd like to take a few moments of that. Subject to availability of time, which is what you see across the waters, the International Container Transshipment Terminal. But before that, the problem which arises is we have to recognize the fact that the railhead has to come. The road connectivity has to come. Unfortunately, those locations where there's railhead and road connectivity are already densely populated. It's difficult to build a new port there. It's difficult to expand a port there. Those of you are aware of what is happening a few hundred kilometers southwards in Virginia. An attempt to build a major port there, a transshipment terminal with an hinterland that is densely packed. Greenfield, there's a problem of getting the railhead there. There are a few people who took up the challenge many years ago when Mundra was visualized by its promoters, 80 kilometers from the nearest railhead. Today that's a reality, but that doesn't happen very often. That is why the government's policy is now all about cluster development. Ports to be treated as clusters. Expansion within and expansion beyond. So this is where the change has come about in policy. A view of what shipping is all about and how it can be handled to the peculiarities of each nation's problems and our own resource constraints. And that is why we have this focus on privatization. It is not something to be ashamed of. It is not something to be thrown out. It's not something to be agitated about. Because ultimately, the requirements are taken care of. What would go with the government investment is easily replicated as far as private investment is also concerned. All that is required is accountability. And as long as that is done, a policy will be a good policy. And a policy can become implementable. Because there will be a will and there's a way to work it. Thank you very much.
Just enough time to wrap up his presentation. I'd encourage people to ask questions later if there is no time during the session. Perhaps you can let us know if you can extend by a few minutes. We can extend by a few minutes. All right. Few minutes mean basically 2 questions, right? It was such a pleasure meeting Dr. Chengappa and interacting with him during this seminar, and remarkable insight and knowledge, which I was very impressed with. It's even more impressive when I read the CV. So Dr. Chengappa is one of the founders and coordinators of Christ deemed to be University Bangalore. In the field of journalism, he handled a myriad of roles and responsibilities, including working as senior editor for Deccan Herald newspaper, military correspondent with the Indian Express, and a reporter for the Hindu Business Line newspaper. As a journalist, he has reported on the Army, Air Force, and the Navy and published several articles in research journals and monographs. He holds a PhD on India's relationship with China, something that all speakers have been speaking of now today, and a master's in strategic studies besides a UGC NET, international relationships, defense studies diploma. Furthermore, he has had a good fortune to teach internal relations in the university he graduated from and confounded. Since 2010, he is a member secretary of the Institute of Contemporary Studies, Bangalore, which is a security studies think tank. So, such a pleasure to introduce Dr. Chengappa. Only thing, there is one thing I would be worried about is that he's a teetotaler, which I just learned. So.
Hello. Do I have to press one of these two? Mic is on? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here amongst you. It's always nice to be amongst an industry body because they are the people who actually do things and generate wealth. I am only an academic, and I would at the outset like to thank the Nautical Institute and Captain John Menezes for giving me this platform to engage with you people. Thanks once again. So I've got a very short presentation. Basically, maritime powers provide maritime leadership to enable merchant fleets conduct trade and commerce across the oceans. That is something I don't have to tell you. Maritime leadership is an ability to ensure the security of ships at sea and neutralize threats to them. Therefore, without maritime security, there is no maritime leadership. Next slide. The importance of maritime trade on international economy has already been elaborated and highlighted. The maritime medium facilitated colonization in the 18th and 19th centuries with Great Britain, France, Spain and Portugal, among other European powers with their mighty maritime armadas, prospered and ruled the world. In the 20th century, merchant fleets sailing across oceans enabled globalization. The shift towards a more integrated and interdependent world through the globalization of markets and production. As you all know, for example, a flat panel television designed in California, manufactured in South Korea and assembled in Mexico is sold across the globe. Next slide, please. Yeah. International, this is maritime leadership and commercial shipping. International leadership includes both military and diplomatic measures that intergovernmental organizations coordinate. I'm sure you're all aware of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1838, which facilitated the creation of Combined Task Force 150 and 151, wherein the multinational navies collectively combated Somali piracy. Another example of maritime security as a subset of international security is the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, which includes a show of force by the combined navies of the United States, Australia, India and Japan to assert its collective maritime might in the Indo-Pacific waters. It is a loose political military grouping still taking shape. Maritime security also has elements of collective security and cooperative security. Just to flag as a student of international relations and strategic studies, the world as we know it is an international political system that has 5 constituents, namely nation states, intergovernmental organizations, multinational corporations and transnational corporations, civil society organizations. Now, just to make clear what civil society organization would be, you can have, International Red Cross and Amnesty International and Greenpeace would qualify as much as a clandestine, violent, non-state actor like the Al-Qaeda would qualify to be a civil society organization. And the 5th component of the international political system is international law. So just as maritime law is a subset of international law, maritime security becomes a subset of international security. Now, I'm addressing the shipping industry, the maritime industry here. For you people, from an economic perspective, the oceans are a commercial space. But from a political military perspective, they are a security space. Now, whether maritime security falls under the domain of traditional security threats or non-traditional security threats is a business that academics like me can deliberate on endlessly. Traditional security is state-centric security, where the nation-state is the focus. Non-traditional security is all about human-centric security. Now, maritime security being very transnational or international in nature will obviously, or we can argue, is a non-traditional security issue. Next slide, please. Yeah, shipjacking and piracy in international waters. The first shipjacking was the Santa Maria. Now, in the first 2 cases, the United States Navy responded to 2 of these cases of shipjacking. It involved maritime interdiction. So when I was preparing the slides, my wife asked me, what is interdiction? I said, interdiction is just a fancy word for interception. Like the policeman stopping your car to check if you've had alcohol or not. So now maritime interdiction operations is a major tool in maritime security, as our Coast Guard officer here, the DIG, would acknowledge. Now it involves opposed boarding by marine commandos. Now here I just want to flag how the fighting navy or the Coast Guard fits into this business. The fighting navy has 3 roles. a war-fighting role, diplomatic role, and a constabulary role. The constabulary role of a navy orients it to provide maritime security to commercial shipping, just as a Coast Guard offshore patrol vehicle or inshore patrol vehicle would do. Now, the whole business of maritime security entered the lexicon of international relations and strategic studies after the 9/11 aviation terrorism that struck the United States. Policymakers somewhere realized that if an airliner could be employed as a terrorist weapon, similarly terrorists could also employ a merchant vessel to attack another vessel or a port. Next slide, please. Yeah, what are the threats to international maritime leadership? One is, as you can see, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which has disrupted shipping industry and agricultural exports in a big way, with increased war risk insurance and higher freight rates. The next, this thing about territorial disputes. We have our friendly neighbor China in the South China Seas, with its problems of air defense identification zones and all kinds of confusion that it's creating. And then maritime terrorism, we have our 26/11 seaborne terrorist strike on the Indian port city of Mumbai. And then when you talk of illegal migration or the Mediterranean crisis of migration into Europe is through the medium of the seas. Then weapons of mass destruction. In June 1999, there was a North Korean freighter, the Kuol-san, which was carrying contraband and entered the port city of Kandla. And there the Indian customs authorities, thanks to some advanced intelligence, nabbed the vessel and confiscated their contraband. They had to do a lot of opposed boarding there because the North Korean captain wouldn't allow them to peacefully board. The other case was in 2002 when the US and Spanish naval forces intercepted another North Korean freighter, merchant vessel Sosan, which was carrying Scud missiles to Yemen. Then marine piracy, as you know, the other threat to international maritime leadership, still persists off the Gulf of Guinea, which is, after being stamped out from the Somalia waters, is now, and right now there's the heroic Idan, as you know, whose crew, predominantly Indian and Sri Lankans, are detained in Nigeria. Then on IUU fishing, as already highlighted, the Indian Ocean waters are a victim of IUU fishing. Early November, the Indian Navy gave a report to Parliament saying that there are about 370 odd incidents of IUU fishing with a strong presence of Chinese trawlers and also Iranian and European trawlers fishing there. The strong presence of extra-regional distant water fishing fleets in the Indian Ocean waters. The Indian Navy reported a total of 392 reported incidents of IUU fishing, which were monitored in 2021 compared to 379 in 2020 in the Indian Ocean. You know, very interestingly, the first case of, after I sort of got into this business was in 1994. I'm sure our Coast Guard DIG here will be able to confirm. There was a Chinese fishing trawler which was masquerading, as a Chinese fishing trawler off the coast of Andaman, in the Andaman and Nicobar Sea in 1994. And when they sort of went in closer inspection, it had electronic equipment on board. So thanks to the Coast Guard, that was picked up. Yeah, my last slide. Now, what is the way ahead? I mean, as a student of international relations and strategic studies, I would briefly talk about the flashpoint, the next flashpoint across the Taiwan Straits. Here I have listed out 10 reasons that nations go to war. The first is, this is the only thing I remember from my master's programs, because the mnemonic was good. First is the instability of regime. Now, if you look at the Taiwan Straits crisis, it's basically an issue between the United States and China. You know, I just want to flag that in 1949, when Taiwan was created, the United States couldn't be bothered whether the mainland Chinese or, Mao's communists overran this thing or not. China, which was focusing on Taiwan, suddenly got diverted because of the Korean War in 1950. And that is what allowed Taiwan to remain Taiwan. So anyway, the 10 reasons, I'm just trying to give you a template which you can keep in the back of your mind, is the instability of regime. The Chinese Communist Party appears very strong, except in the last few days there have been very strong protests across the country, protesting the COVID restrictions. And the Chinese leadership is always worried whether they will go the Soviet way or not. So they take extra precautions, especially after Tiananmen Square in 1989. And then you have techno-military stimulation, which is another cause for war. What the Chinese did first in 1995-96 was missile flexing instead of muscle flexing across the Taiwan Straits, when they launched a barrage of missiles across the Taiwan Straits. And then Darwinism. One of my students asked me, sir, what is Darwinism? So I said, Darwinism is just survival of the fittest. So it's a question of, I remember the Taiwanese foreign secretary telling me once, he said, Chengapa, do you expect us to hold out against a mighty country like China? We can't. Anyway, the other reason, these are all low causes for a Taiwan Straits conflict. The overpopulation factor, the deprivation theory. What is relevant in this case is the asymmetry of power. In terms of strategic stature, China in terms of population, size of territory, size of economy and size of military is much, much larger. It's a David versus Goliath fight. It's like India trying to take over Sri Lanka. And then nationalism is a very strong reason why China could take over, could invade Taiwan. Whether it will or not remains a different question. Because nationalism, and especially China, is now getting into what Europe got into in the early 30s, naval nationalism. And then when you talk of arms race, you may all be aware that China is sort of getting its third aircraft carrier in action ready. India, as the Admiral would bear me out, was the only first Asian Navy to have an aircraft carrier way back in 1960 or 61. So arms race becomes a very important reason why China could consider an invasion of Taiwan. The other highly relevant reasons would be internal cohesion through external aggression. That is President Xi Jinping trying to assert his power within the Communist Party. And China looks at itself more as a civilization state rather than as a nation state. So part of the civilization is trying to reconquer its old glory, either with fact or fiction. In that context, one of the areas that could be under threat is the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. I think a Chinese envoy at a seminar in Delhi mentioned that, we can also claim Andaman and Nicobar as our this thing. So, highly relevant is internal cohesion through external aggression. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
We have a few minutes, and thank you, Dr. Shiva, for racking up this 15 minutes. Please, just keep it here. Please identify the speaker whom you want to address the question to, and identify yourself before that, and then the floor is open for questions. Captain Ashton. Address to? We can hear. We can hear.
Admiral Muralidhar, please. Sir, my question is regarding, first thing is all the three speakers, amazing presentations and a lot of learning. Thank you very much, sir. I think everybody would agree it's been such an enlightening session for us.
Absolutely.
My question to you is regarding UNCLOS, and we teach the extra master's course and the area beyond national jurisdiction, which is a new term just come in. And in this area, where is India in exploiting the manganese nodules and the relationship with ITLOS, the permissions from ITLOS required, and why can't that be imposed on China, the authority under United Nations and ITLOS?
Yeah, there are two things. As far as India is concerned, as far as India is concerned, we have got an area of 150,000 square kilometers in the central Indian Ocean, southern Indian Ocean, which our scientists did the survey, and we have retained 75,000 square kilometers, and balance we have returned to the International Seabed Authority. Now we have done some trials, but as it stands today, the technology still does not make it commercially viable for us to exploit it fully. But that is with us. which we are making progress of eventually exploiting it. That is one part. As far as China is concerned, as I mentioned briefly, in the UNCLOS and the UN ruling was against China. Now China just decided to disregard it and saying that this is bilateral issue between us and the other country. Now unfortunately UN does not have the kind of teeth that will enforce that, say, okay, if you don't listen, I'm going to penalize you this, penalize you that, etc. That's a problem. And in the UN itself, as you are aware, China has got the veto power. So anything that doesn't suit it, they'll try and veto it. So this is a major issue when there are major powers, not only China, whether it was the Soviet Union earlier, the Russia now, or any of these, US is involved, this problem. So this will only exist, it can only be done by multilateral cooperation by the other countries. But China has been very smart to do a lot of investments and other help reaching out to some of these countries. So they can't really go and oppose it. But this is an issue, it's pending. Like you'll find US once in a while tries to flex its muscles by, freedom of navigation, etc. Now that's the only way China can be tackled. Otherwise, there is no way that you can do it, because you can't. You can enforce law only if you put a chap behind prison or anything. But in international conference, if that nation is not willing to listen, you can't really attack it. So that's a catch-22 situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you, sir. Any other? I have a quick question for actually Mr. Matthews. So you mentioned about the Commercial Courts Act 2015. If there's nobody else from the audience who would like to expand on what role you envisage for, you mentioned about the role that not being somebody could envisage. So would you like to expand on that, sir?
Under the Commercial Courts Act 2015, one of the requirements is that the state government, in consultation with the High Court, should notify the Commercial Court, which will operate at the district court level, for handling disputes above a certain value. Secondly, the High Court also will identify and have a bench to deal with commercial courts, and consisting of judges who have adequate commercial experience. Commercial experience meaning commercial law. So the idea is that there is a fast-track system of resolution. Even those who want to litigate, leave aside the other dispute resolution mechanisms. And that is something which can be pushed because of this shift from what we normally consider as the jurisprudential method of working, which is that of the common law precedent, the delays which occur in consequence. So this fast-tracked 120 days. Second, and more importantly, this gaps in legislation, by foreign law. Because let's admit it that as far as India is concerned, our merchant marine jurisprudence is at infant stages. So that can be rectified, provided the institutions make it, at least the literal states, they should actually press the state governments to notify this.
Thank you, sir. That's an important takeaway for all of us. Yeah. Is there anybody else who'd like to?
My question is to Dr. Chengappa on the recent.
Again, that the state of Nigeria as well as the state of Guinea, they both have not recognized ITLOS. I mean, would you like to, what will be the solution? How do you handle this type of a catch-22 situation? Because we have a chief officer from Cochin, I mean, one of the party affected, and many of the crew members, I think 6 or 7 of the crew members are from Cochin on the heroic Idol.
And second, more important, one of them is also not a Ministry member. So,
the only I don't know if I have a clear answer to your question, because it was a very trick question. International law, as the Admiral just mentioned, doesn't have any teeth. So how do you handle it? It can only be at a bilateral level. That the Indian government can lobby with the Nigerian government and the government of Guinea. There's no other way anything can be done. Now, if you look at the classic case, there's a former Indian naval officer held up in Pakistan, Kulbhushan Jadhav, very sensitive issue. Now, the Indian government is lobbying right, left and center and brought in the International Court of Justice there. So something like that will have to be done to extricate these mariners detained in Nigeria and Guinea. That's all I can think of.
It's a very long-winded process, yeah. True.
Sir,
is it? I can't see you, sir.
Question to that.
Yeah. Can you please identify yourself and the speaker?
So I just have an addendum to that question, since the issue was brought up. Is there anything that we as a group who has gathered here can do in this, even the smallest step? Is there anything that we can do?
Yeah, it's addressed to Dr. Jacob.
Yeah. Sorry to grab the mic. I think members of parliament can be, mobilized to ask questions in parliament. That's the only way to go about it. And you should also put pressure, if I can use the word, on or lobby with the government and take the route of public intellectualism, where people like you should write articles which should get published in the newspapers. That is the only medium to sensitize policy makers about the plight. Otherwise, the mariner is forgotten. He is not in the national mainstream. He is on international waters and elsewhere. So these are my sincere suggestions to approach the problem.
Myself, Ajay Pillai, Marine Chief Engineer and a consultant. I work with Synergy, and I am also Treasurer, Mariner Society. And we started the support program, We Support, and many of the leading members in NI are positively supporting us from Cochin. Thank you for that. Again, what you just said, we are already doing that. We are in communication with Ministry of External Affairs. We are in communication with Ministry of Shipping, Port and Waterways. And recently, we were fortunate enough to have a personal meeting with many of the senior dignitaries at Marco as well. This is one, since it was I was not prepared for this question, but again, is there anything that we can do? It is just a question. So towards the end of the day, if there is something we can do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. It's 12:10. If there's no other question, could we wrap up this session? Thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker, sir.
The session went off very well, and we would like to give a memento to the session chairman and the speakers who did a marvelous job. This is a small token from the Nautical Institute.
I already thought about that. Yes. Did you get it? I got that.
Where is it?
Thank you. So we have eaten away into Captain Alpart's session, and he's going to eat away our lunch session. So thank you very much, and we move on to the next session. Next session is chaired by Captain Joseph Alapart. He has 15 years of sailing experience and 26 years of pilotage experience, which also includes his tenure 12 years as harbour master, and presently he is the deputy conservator of Cochin Port. He has been involved in the concept to commissioning of a container terminal, an LNG terminal, and an SPM in the port of Cochin. He has piloted all the luxury cruise liners of Cunard Lines from Queen Elizabeth II, Queen Mary II, Queen Victoria, and Queen Elizabeth. He has also piloted all the aircraft carriers of the Indian Navy, including the latest one under commissioning. Session Chair, welcome Captain Joseph Alpart. Then next, the speakers are Mr. Clayton Pinto. CEO, Seven Islands Shipping Limited, Mumbai. Please come forward, sir. OSP owners, Mrs. Aarti Narayanan, MICS, ABS Marine, Chennai International. Welcome, ma'am. Captain Ivor Govius, Director, WTW, Willis Towers and Watson, London. Over to Captain Alapat, the session chairman.
Thank you very much, Sergeant, for those kind words. And I guess this is on yet. Yes. So I'm very happy to be here chairing this session, which involves basically the stakeholders of the team today, and basically ship owners and also the insurers. And I'm very happy to be chairing the session with such speakers whom I've met just now, but have been knowing for some time. To start with, Mr. Clinton Pinto, I know more of his ships than him. He's been his ships of the Seven Islands Shipping Company Limited in Bombay started off about 20 years ago, and now is on one of the largest tanker owning fleet in India, and a regular customer to Cochin Port, which I'm very grateful for. His father, Captain Thomas Pinto, who started the company 20 years ago, and it is one of the leading tanker fleets in India. So I first start with asking Clayton Pinto to give his address, talk about first, and then following that order. That's fine. Yeah. So I'm going to be promising you all that we're not going to eat until lunchtime. I promise. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the stage now, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Nautical Institute and also thank them for giving me an opportunity to be a speaker here, and especially special thanks to Captain John Menzies. I will now just run a brief background of India as a maritime nation, and along with addressing a couple of issues and then a few sessions as well. So to start with, what is a maritime nation? A maritime nation is defined as a system of economic activities and results connected with an environment of the sea involving production, processing, distribution, and consumption of goods and services. The fundamental sector of this industry are the shipbuilding industry, ports, fisheries, offshore, maritime education, and shipping. So by this definition, India is definitely a maritime economy. But let's look a little deeper. Despite having a vast coastline of over 7,500 kilometers and significant more than any other stakeholder. Moving on, the United Nations Climate Change Conference also in May 2022 launched the Green Shipping Challenge, which would foster collaboration between ports, governments, and companies towards the decarbonization goals. It aims to align this industry with the Paris Agreement target to global warming below 1.5 degrees and thereby reducing industry emissions by at least 3% before 2030. The next factor in the same world is the European Union Emission Trading Scheme. This is the first international emissions trading system which was set up in the year 2005. When it was set up in the year 2005, there was a lot of opposition from several member nations because they sought it to be applied to the aircrafts that were traveling over the EU airspace. But recently, the EU Parliament as well as the member states have agreed to include maritime emissions as well from the 1st of January 2023 and thereafter to include 100% of all maritime emissions by the year 2026. Failure to comply with these emission requirements would lead to heavy penalties. This one factor has been a very important and contentious point, especially in international shipping, because we observe that these are regional groups trying to impose various different rules on a global industry. And the idea of these imposing financial requirements on ships outside their jurisdiction is a significant worry, especially for an Indian ship owner. As an Indian ship owner, as ship owners globally rather, we do recognize the IMO legitimate policies and legislations of the reduction of GHGs are across the world, and these regions like granted by the EU ETS only is the agreed approach that is on global level by IMO, which development and still ongoing. Another recent development we observed contractually has been where the BIMCO has amended the time charter clauses to keep in mind the regulations that are coming in force on the 1st of January 2023. And under this, both the ship owner and the ship charterer will have to agree to a predefined rating for greenhouse gas emissions at the end of each year. And on a daily basis, fuel consumptions, vessel positions, as well as speed will be monitored. And if a ship owner believes he is about to miss his CII target, that needs to be intimated to the charterer at the earliest, and the ship will accordingly need to be slowed down. But on the other side, as a ship owner ourselves, when we discussed the same with charterers, the only thing we got back from charterers that any slowdown on the ship, the performance would be deducted from the ship's performance. Another factor would be the United Nations Satellite Methane Monitoring System, which is also known as the Methane Alert and Reporting System. This system would real-time track emissions and report the same to governments as well as companies within that government on country. And while this initial plan is to address and track methane emissions, the eventual plan would be laid down to track LNG fuel emissions as well. As we all know, artificial intelligence is something that is developed as well as in the shipping industry. And a lot of shipping companies globally have tried and tested this intelligence, and based on this, they have observed a fuel saving of about 10 to 15% on standard speeds and about 15 to 20% on eco speeds. Basically, what AI does is it optimizes the vessel's engine and propeller on the basis of prevailing weather, waves, and wind force. Next. Moving on to some of the issues that we as an Indian shipping industry face is the rules for greening the industry must be on a global level and not regional, as I just mentioned about the EU ETS, because when we have a variety of regional rules that come up and when our ships comply, or rather call those ports, the cost of these compliances are very high, and these are not compensated in any way by any of the stakeholders to us. And another fear that we have with these regional rules is that the research that is conducted...
I'll now come to some of the issues that the offshore ship owners face in the Indian offshore shipping. So may I request the next slide, please? So ONGC, being the only major explorator and drilling company in India, controls the Indian offshore industry. This monopoly affects charter rates due to lack of opportunities with other oil majors. Further volatility is seen in spot market due to fluctuation in oil prices and supply-demand issues. Presently, the charters are for 3 years, and we hope that a 5-year charter would offset this volatility. The next issue is shipowning is capital intensive, with age limits being reduced from 30 years to the current 15 years. The issue facing owners is not the number of tonnage, it is more the age and the quality of tonnage that is available, and the ability to raise the capital to invest in newer, cleaner vessels. This is because E&Ps continue to focus on age restrictions and lowering of emissions for future offshore operations. For this, we suggest that the government needs to promote the indigenous shipping industry by providing subsidies for shipbuilding in India. The third issue that we face are bureaucratic clearances. It makes it difficult for us to step into spot charters. An Indian flag vessel with an Indian crew with Indian passports, it takes anywhere about 50 to 60 days to clear all compliances. Police verification is required. It takes about 15 to 30 days, even though they have a valid passport. And this is followed by an NED pass, which is issued by the ONGC, which takes about 7 days. Further than this, we have the MOD clearance, which can be applied only 30 days before the charter, and the naval security clearance can be applied 7 days before the charter, but this clearance can be applied only after receiving the MOD clearance. So it's a catch-22 situation for all of us, where we're counting days and looking out for the charter. This can be countered with e-applications and data analytics to reduce lead time for first-time vessels requiring naval clearance, and fast-track clearances should be available to Indian flag vessels already working for a contract. Moving on to the next issues that we face. Next slide, please. Shortage of trained personnel. This is another issue that we face. Many seafarers...
Or an E-rating in a single year, a collective plan needs to be developed as part of the vessel's SEMP and approved. Next slide, please. Again, EEXI has already been mentioned, and I will just carry on, but there is a calculation if anybody is interested in. Please do not ask me how it is done. I found something, it looked good, I put it up there. Okay. So, many ship owners have now, for some time, been investing in initiatives to reduce fuel consumption through finding operational efficiencies. The most effective way is to capture as much data as possible from ship operations and build models to determine where improvements can be made. in order to reduce fuel consumption. Maintaining clean hulls, using ice-spec hull coatings, optimum weather routing, introducing control systems on board to optimize use of pumps, blowers and other such equipment all assist in the reduction of fuel consumption. Making the crew aware of how they can assist is extremely important. As an example, just keeping cabin, toilet and bathroom doors shut improves air conditioning efficiency by stopping extraction through extractor fans and lends towards improving fuel consumption. Next slide, please. Sorry. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not used to talking too much. My partner does that for me. So, research by DNVGL predicts that a significant portion of the reduction in carbon intensity by 40% by 2030 can be achieved through finding operational efficiencies, whether it is speed reduction, optimization, or improving logistics. Any remainder will have to be met by changing the fuel used by vessels. Some other options available for consideration by ship owners include biofuels, carbon capture, air lubrication, rotor sails, to name some. Conventional biofuels are widely used for land transport. Such fuel is compatible with modern marine engines and can be safely used on board ships. This is already a practice on some ships. Use of fuels with bio content up to 30% is now approved by IMO, and further NOx testing on board is no longer required. It is, of course, extremely important that engine makers' recommendations are followed. A full risk assessment and implementation plan is carried out prior to using such fuel. Such plan also requires information to and preparation of the crew. For biofuels to be a green option, they must be sourced from sustainable feedstocks. There are also long-term storage issues with some biofuels, especially if they come into contact with water. So what's carbon capture? Carbon capture is normally done by capturing CO2 at the emission point. Various carbon capture systems are available, one of these being scrubbers. The captured CO2 requires liquefaction and to be stored on board until it is discharged. The liquefaction process may consume a significant amount of fuel, thus making it energy inefficient and may defeat the purpose. Also, storage systems may occupy considerable amount of space and may not be feasible for vessels engaged in long voyages or voyages to ports where CO2 discharge options are not readily available. CO2 is used in enhanced oil recovery, and may be feasible option for crude oil tankers, as many crude oil ports are generally in the vicinity of oil fuels. And then we move on to air lubrication. What is this? These are air release units using energy efficient oil-free compressors that can be fitted in bespoke engineering spaces and are installed along the flat bottom of a vessel inside the double hull. The system can be easily retrofitted. Air lubrication systems works by coating the bottom of the vessel with a layer of microbubbles. Improved functional resistance reduces fuel consumed and in turn emissions produced. Power demand is kept low as the natural energy of the vessel moving through the water is used to shear air onto the flat bottom, as opposed to expressing air under pressure. And then we have flattener rotor sails. These are an option being used by some ship owners. It is imperative that the vessel's trading pattern provides access to high winds. 2 rotor sails are normally installed, one forward and one aft. This can increase the air draft considerably. However, the sails are tiltable and allow transit under bridges. Sails produce renewable energy. stored in battery packs that is emission free. It does not replace fuel but reduces fuel consumption. Ship owners can already use low carbon and carbon neutral fuels. In determining the feasibility of such options, ship owners will need to consider if the fuel is easily available at ports that vessel is trading to. Do the ports have in place the infrastructure to support the use of these fuels? What would be the effect on cargo carrying capacity? CapEx and OpEx need to be carefully considered when deciding on which fuels to use, including whether the fuels are using sustainable energy not only in their production but also in their use. And let us not lose sight of the paramount importance to properly train the crew. With the lack of bunkering infrastructure posing major difficulties for the alternative fuel options, there is an increased interest in nuclear power generation. A new type of nuclear power vessel using the molten salt reactor is on the horizon. Again, don't please ask me what that is. Nuclear powered vessels will not need to refuel and could sail at higher speed than normal in the face of more stringent emission requirements. MSR technology is set to meet vessels' power requirements, satisfy safety concerns, which is important, and is small enough to be mass manufactured. But is the capex affordable? Next slide, please. To achieve targets set for 2030 and 2050, ship owners need to carefully consider future strategy. It is difficult to bet on one future fuel, and many ship owners are focusing on what they can control themselves. However, it is expected that hydrocarbon marine fuels will be phased out by 2050, and ship owners will have to decide on which fuel they will opt for. Vessels may be not limited to one type of fuel or power source. Multi-fuel may be the way to go. Shipping is just one of the sectors that will be vying for the available low carbon to zero carbon fuels. DNVGL predict that ammonia and LNG will be the popular marine fuels by 2050. However, from conversation last evening, I understand that ammonia may be losing some favor. Some ship owners have already started discussions with energy providers to secure energy in the future in the knowledge that other industries may be prioritized. The marine industry's move to meet IMO's ambitious GHG reduction targets is vital. The shipping industry is working together with a wide range of industry bodies, governments and NGOs, and in the IMO to gather and share knowledge. This improves safety standards, helping to provide safer environments for seafarers and reducing the number of incidents at sea. This work forms part of the larger drive by the marine industry to constantly improve the operating environment in all areas, including vessel design, operational standards, insurance provisions, and regulatory oversight. There is no important nor truly global issue on the agenda for the IMO at present than phasing out greenhouse gas emissions from shipping. Last year marked the end of a decade of action by the IMO and the adoption of a new set of mandatory energy efficiency measures for the existing fleet. Shipping is responsible for 2.4% of global GHG emissions. While shipping is the most efficient form of commercial transport from an emissions perspective, the IMO has recognized nonetheless the need for urgent action to decarbonize the shipping sector. All current rates of production, zero carbon fuels are not presently available at sufficient scale, either physically or commercially, in a sustainable way for the entire fleet. Further significant research is necessary to accelerate the development of zero carbon technologies so that the existing IMO GHG emissions goals can be achieved. Let's not forget charterers, who also have a very important role to play in this venture. Charterers need to take a more practical approach, but of course without compromising safety. Taking as an example the tanker sector, shipping majors are reluctant to employ a vessel more than 15 years old. A lot of owners may soon have vessels of that age. These vessels, due to considerable efforts of the ship owner, may operationally be more efficient than younger tonnage available on the market. The requirement to procure newer but less efficient tonnage would surely be counterproductive. The other option then for the ship owner is to invest in new vessels. Given the dearth of green fuel options at present and the difficulty at this stage to understand how fuel availability will develop, most ship owners are faced with a dilemma with new builds. Do I go LPG? Do I go methanol? Do I go hydrogen, ammonia, nuclear? So, it's not an easy job. Of course, this is what ship owners have now to manage in addition to their other responsibilities, such as complying with employment orders, maintaining trading certificates, managing casualties, combating piracy, dealing with challenges thrown at them by the likes of pandemics, such as COVID, and very importantly, ensuring the safety and continuing education of their seafarers and shore staff. Will the shipping sector surmount the challenges present and future? Time will tell, but experience tends to suggest that shipping will do it. 90% of global trade is ocean-going. 11.9 billion tons of cargo was carried by sea in 2021. The shipping sector deserves every success. Next slide, please. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. And a minute past lunchtime. Sorry about that. But anyway, there will also be dinner. So, thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Captain Govius. And as Captain said, we're a minute into lunch, but if there are maybe time for two short questions, if you have anybody who has to ask a question, please can we get a mic out and address your question to the panel and identify yourself also. Yeah.
Captain Tom Joseph. Both Mr. Clayton Pinto and Dinaran and both are Indian flag ship owners. Not Indian ship owners, but Indian flag ship owners. Two items, 2 points. You have brought up few negatives for the Indian ship owners, Indian flag ship owners. But two of the points which I missed out. Number one, Indian COCs and Indian documents are essential for Indian flag vessels. This actually restricts the Indian ship owners from getting proper crew from across the diverse world. I'm not saying about foreigners to be employed, but why not Indian ship owners insist that Indian ships can be manned by Indian seafarers who are got equivalents or other COCs or documents. Second point is that about the taxation. You know that any seafarer sailing with the same document, if he is sailing outside Indian waters, he is not charged for tax. Whereas if he is sailing in Indian waters, that more than 183 days, he is taxable to the extent of 20 to 30%. So the question is whether applicable to both. I'll have to Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. So, sir, this is a problem which we too have been facing, and I think Captain Philip Matthews is here. He's been the head of the INSA Manning Committee, and we've tried fighting with this, the office of the DG Shipping, but for some reason, neither have we managed to win the battle on exempting our seafarers from tax that they save on the coast, and neither are we able to convince them to permit us to take non-Indian COC holders. So, I mean, Captain Philip, any comments?
Good afternoon, everybody. See, there are two aspects. One is the matter of COCs. DG Shipping takes a view on this. We have got, bilateral understanding with some 8 countries We recognize these COCs, but there is a condition that there must be that the Indian COC holders must get employment. We cannot have, the decision is that we cannot be taking foreign COC holders at the cost of Indian COC holders. As of now, they are giving a COE for British UK COCs and certain other COCs. But over the last few years, what we have found is that other than for the UK COC, there are no takers or hardly anybody employs anybody with any other COC. And this was also restricted to the top 4. But now, recently, about a couple of months back, they have removed that restriction. So even junior officers with UK COC, they are allowing. But then that is subject to the ship owners willing to take them. As far as the taxation, we have had all the Indian ships carrying foreign cargo, plying on the coast. So far as the ship carries foreign cargo, they are getting the benefit of the income tax. But on the coast, yes, they don't get any benefit, though various efforts have been made. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Sanjay Mani from the Marshall Island Registry. I don't have a question, but I have 2 comments. The maritime industry is the mother industry. All other industries that are prevalent in this world survive on this maritime industry. That's one comment. The second comment is, if there is no ship owner, there is no maritime industry. Therefore, going by this logic, it baffles me that the politicians of this country have not been able to recognize this important fact. There are other countries where the governments go out of their way to help the maritime industry, but not this country. And that is very, very baffling to me. That's my comment.
I think that will be the last question. Dr. Simon would want to ask question.
This Mr. Pinto again. You statement the rules for greening the industry be global and not regional. As such, it is a fact that more than greenwashing is being done by shipping industry. What are your comments on that?
I think it is, while I may agree that it is the shipping industry, it's not just the ship owners. There are various different stakeholders that come into this, whether it is ports, whether it is our charters. As I gave the example of our CI, we recently had our gas carrier in Bombay port. The ship was in port for 20-22 days in the month. And every time she goes to the Gulf and she comes back for more than half the day, she's just sitting in port. And that completely affects her CII rating. So what do you expect a ship owner to do in that? We try and talk to our charters, we try and tell them increase the turnaround time, let the ships be at sea more. But there's something we just can't help.
But why is it that regional rules are not applicable? In the sense, it should be done globally and not regionally.
No, I agree it should be done globally, which is why we would prefer to be guided by the International Maritime Organization rather than having the EU come up with their own rules. Similarly, we have other regions that come up with their own rules. So something that's recognized by all by the IMO, we were very happy to come.
Thank you.
Sorry, may I just very quickly and very briefly? Yeah, there is penalties, CII, if you spend time in port because of the energy you're using there, that you do not need to. Tankers can be more energy more energy used on tankers, cruise ships and ports, so they get penalized. And I think maybe you're saying it is going to be moving back to just in time, but to do that, you need this cooperation of many other stakeholders, charterers, port agents, everybody got to get together, because being there just in time means you're going to this thing slower speed, which means less fuel consumed, which means greener environment, which means better CII. So yes, it is a collaborative effort without a doubt. Thank you.
With those words, I think we will now conclude the session because of, I'm not going to say it again, lunch. So thank you all very much, and thanks to my panelists who most informative session and being very time conscious. So we all have a ship for all of you, so don't go away. Ask,
Please be seated, sir.
So to give a memento to all the participants.
Yeah. We are so grateful that you all did this stakeholder session very well. Now we are down with two administration and stakeholders are over. Please accept a small token of appreciation.
Starting from Joseph Thomas,
Joseph
founding chairman of the NI Southwest branch.
Captain Tom Joseph.
To our team. And can I ask Captain John Menezes to give a token to Captain. I was going to announce that. So with this, the number of ships coming into Cochin Port is increased by 1. So thank you all very much, and let's get to the most important part of the morning, at least, to lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will join the next session after lunch. 1 hour break. Thank you very much. 15 minutes, sorry, 15 minutes. Please enjoy your lunch.
Cargoes which can be traded in a particular port. So sanctions come in various sizes and shapes, and primarily there are two types of sanctions. One saying that you're targeting specific entities. Secondly, there are sanctions which target a particular type of trade. Now, in the US, you have what is known as secondary sanctions, which means anybody who aids and abets a person trading with a sanctioned entity is equally held culpable. And this is why I think sanctions should also concern us, because whilst we are in India, we're not subject to US laws or UK laws, but at times we just run into them. To give you a very recent example, this is not relating to shipping, but you had the daughter of the Hui chief, the largest telecom manufacturer in China. She was traveling from Hong Kong to Mexico, and she took a transit flight via Vancouver in Canada, and she was arrested. Why? Because Huawei's subsidiary was trading with a sanctioned entity in Iran, and therefore US laws to some extent have an extraterritorial reach, and that's something which we have to also be mindful. Now, one certain questions you have to ask yourself is, who are you trading with? Because because when you're looking at sanctions, there are certain designated sanctioned entities, there's sanctioned individuals, and I think a lot of information is publicly available. For example, you have all the sanctioned entities by US, by the European Union, by UK, available on their respective websites. So you have to first ascertain whether the entity which you're trading is sanctioned, and the number of shipping companies which are sanctioned. And you also have to keep in mind that at times you may inadvertently be doing business with a sanctioned entity. As you all are aware, shipping operates on very opaque corporate structures, so you may have a sanctioned entity who you're actually inadvertently trading with, but your contractual counterparty could be a subsidiary of that sanctioned entity, and to conceal ownership, you can always conceal ownership in these offshore tax havens. So that's something which you have to keep in mind. The second is, what are you trading with? Like, for example, if you're trading, there were sanctions. You're allowed to trade, say, rice to Iran, but you're not allowed to carry. You're allowed to carry cargo of rice to Iran, but you're not allowed to carry cargo relating to equipment relating to the oil and gas industry. Now, there are also practical issues relating to sanctions, which is payments, because most often than not, if you are making payment or receiving payment from a sanctioned entity, and especially if it is by way of a US dollar transaction, in all probability your money is going to be frozen because your funds pass for a minute from a US intermediary bank, and at that point of time your money is frozen. And the fourth is relating to insurance, because sanctions also target insurers, and for shipping, insurance is axiomatic. So many many P&I clubs and hull and machinery insurers have express wordings in their policy that if you are going to a sanctioned area, it is a breach of warranty. Now, very interestingly, this is a time where India is doing a hell of a lot of business with a sanctioned country, which is Russia. As you are all aware, as a result of the fact that there is very less demand for Russian oil, Indian companies, Indian petrochemical companies have gone on a spree buying Russian oil, which was in percentage terms at least about 5 times more than what it was the past few years. And Russia also has a number of Indian subsidiaries. You must have heard of this Naira Energy, which is it's a subsidiary. It is a company incorporated in India, but effectively it is a subsidiary of Gazprom, Rosneft, which owns 49%. And you have a number of Russian ships which call in India. But one of the key challenges in the Indian-Russian trade is insurance, because with virtually all Indian insurance companies, with P&I Club, which is also sanctioned, and you have also shipping companies like the Eagle Shipping, and sanctions are not only restricted to countries which it will also be human rights sanctions. Like, for example, in Myanmar, the US has imposed sanctions against certain government entities in Myanmar, and the Eagle Shipping International, US ship-based management company, was exposed to sanctions primarily because their ship called in certain, and they were trading in certain cargoes in Myanmar. So, next. So with this, I would like to also keep in mind that you have to tailor-make your clauses while dealing with sanctioned entities. You'll have to allocate risks. It could be relating to insurance cover, it could be in relation to contractual counterparties. But having said that, sanctions also offers a huge opportunities for Indian ship owners. Like you've seen Indian traders going and buying Russian crude oil. Today, your VLCC rates are sky high. And let's say you have a Russian flagged VLCC ship. Today there are no takers in the market. So it's perfectly legitimate for an Indian party to go and charter that ship at a rock bottom price. But all you have to do is take the proper legal advice on US law, EU law, UK law, and if you can handle these risks, I think it's a good opportunity to proceed with trading with Russian contractual counterparties. The next point, which I would very, very briefly delve on, is relating to how the international conventions have come into place, which has radically transformed the shipping industry. As all of you are aware of IMO 2020, where you will have to use low sulfur fuel oil, and if you're not using the very low sulfur fuel oil, you're supposed to fit scrubbers. There's a target where you want to reach 0% emission by 2050. I'm not sure how effective it would be, but the legal basis of all of this is the MARPOL Convention. And why is MARPOL important? Because MARPOL was traditionally restricted to oil spills and accidental discharge of oil, but now Annex 6 of MARPOL also deals with air pollution and greenhouse gases. And MARPOL contraventions are very important, are something which seafarers ought to keep in mind, because when you're calling in certain countries, like say the US, your Coast Guard can immediately go board a vessel, seize your logbooks. If they find your documentation is not proper, they immediately arrest the captain, they arrest the chief officer. I personally did that in Egypt. When the vessel called in the US port, she was detained, and the master was arrested for about 2 years. So that is something which you have to keep in mind. And those same, in the near future, I see a lot of issues coming in where port state controls. Certain port state controls are going to be very, very stringent on compliance with MARPOL, which also includes your greenhouse gas emission. Another very interesting aspect recently is the Poseidon principles, which primarily apply to ship finance, but slowly is coming into the realm of marine insurance, where shipping companies have to report to the flag state the emissions, and the flag state in turn reports to the banks who finance vessels. Now, a lot of Indian ship owners also go through the external borrowing route and take advantage of low interest rates abroad with foreign banks. But a lot of foreign banks have signed up to the Poseidon principles, and the Poseidon principles, where every bank has a portfolio that we have this amount of green shipping, we have this amount of carbon emissions. And the third thing, which has already been touched upon, which I will not explore further, is a carbon intensity indicator, where this is going to cause havoc in time charter parties, as Clayton also had briefly mentioned, because the interests of a time charter and the ship owner are in some ways totally in conflict, because the time charter wants speed, efficiency, and if a ship owner is trying to have a rating of A, he may not be able to achieve the speed. So it's very difficult. It remains to be seen. I would foresee the next 1.5 years there will be a lot of disputes under time charter parties in relation to the carbon intensity indicator. And the final issue which I would like to also briefly deal with is substandard shipping. I see a lot of change and change for the better. Traditionally, there has always been a case that flag of convenience is nothing but race to the bottom, where if every flag registry wants to increase tonnage, and as a result of which ship owners deliberately go and flag their vessels with registries where they have minimum stringent requirements. But that is changing and changing for the better with international conventions. You have also the role of insurers, who right now are putting a lot more pressure upon shipping companies, and they insert a lot of clauses of warranties. So be it hull and machinery insurers, P&I club insurers, if your vessel is unseaworthy, if the documentation is not proper, it could potentially be a breach of warranty. And I see that also expanding. The next issue is also the authorities of a master. I think today, it's gone are the days where under the Hague Wisby rules and the Hague rules, a ship owner could take defense of navigational negligence or negligence of the crew with the ISM code coming in, where you have a designated person who's reports to the top echelons of the management. It's very difficult for a ship owner to feign ignorance of what is happening at sea. And I've personally been involved in incidents where the shore-based personnel of a shipping company have faced criminal penalty for incidents which has taken place in another part of a globe. There's also the Maritime Labour Convention, which both states enforce very diligently. And so your safety standards, the basic Bill of Rights of seafarers are there. I've been involved in a number of cases where vessels have been abandoned by ship owners, and the seafarers are not able to leave the vessel because of the minimum safe manning requirement. And the P&I club comes, steps in, they provide wages for 3 months, they maintain the vessel, and you go ahead with that. But having said that, I would also caution, the final point is that there's a distinction in law between negligence of seafarers and incompetence of seafarers. And if your ship owner can maintain his documents properly and say that I have trained a seafarer, I have provided him the requisite training, and despite that there is some negligent act, I think the ship owner can still be exonerated. It is only when they say that the ship owner is the seafarer who's employed on board the vessel is incompetent, would the ship owner effectively be exposed to liability. So these are a few things which you have to keep in mind in the future. And thank you very much.
Well done, Aditya. You responded well to my occasional watch looking and flagging. But we're doing good. So is Mr. Madan Nair already here, or we move on to the next speaker? We'll move on to the next speaker. Okay, no worries. All right. Now, my pleasure to introduce to all of you Miss Reshma Nilofer. Very colorful personality, turns out to be a good friend. Pilot with the Shama Prasad Mukherjee Port, otherwise known to us as Calcutta Port Trust. She's been with the Calcutta Port since 2011, working as an independent pilot since 2018. She's been recognized with a Nari Shakti Puraskar in 2019 by the President of India, and holds a Limca record for being the first and only female maritime pilot in India. You still hold that record? Excellent. Outstanding. Apart from any other talents and mysteries that Reshma holds for you, she works very hard to bringing women into the fraternity and retain them in the maritime domain, and crusades to improve pilot ladder safety and compliance in the country and hopefully eventually everywhere else. He's a formal mentor for many young women leaders, motivational speaker, avid reader, writer, advocates equal opportunities for women. All that is great, but what this note doesn't mention is she sings very well, especially Hindi songs. We caught you in the evening last night, ma'am, so you were doing pretty good there. So, and one more thing I gathered last evening was that she's actually an alumnus of the Academy of Maritime Education and Training, Musk, trainee cadet with a dual certification, BE Marine Engineering, and was a second mate before she moved on to being a pilot with the Calcutta Port. So, without much further ado, the floor is yours, Reshma.
Respective dignitaries on and off stage, seniors, friends from the maritime industry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful to the Nautical Institute for this opportunity to pick your brains and hopefully manage to keep you all awake after a scrumptious lunch. On a serious note, thank you NI Southwest for inviting me to be a member, speak here today and take away a lot from fellow speakers and presenters. Firstly, being a young NI member, I invite the non-members and enthusiasts in the room and online to check out our website to know about a bouquet of benefits that the membership provides. It's not visible?
Yeah, visible.
Half the slide is... While that loads, yeah, better now. So you have all these benefits which I have listed out, and it's also available on the website. So please have a look. So in addition to giving you these benefits of having a free resume builder and check, and mentoring relationships, and giving you networking opportunity and publications, and for personal development you have a lot of resources online, and you can buy books and things like that. But the main benefit which I see here is you get to know a focus group of professionally driven individuals, and your voice is heard in IMO, IALA and other important groups which decides on policy issues in the industry. So having a consultative status in key forums like IMO and IALA, your voice will be heard. That is what matters. We all know we want to be heard, and it's also a platform for maritime leaders to be groomed. So beyond all this, what was my okay, it started with an unfortunate incident where on the 20th of August in 2020, in the night, almost close to midnight, I fell from a ladder while disembarking from a ship when the weather was very, very bad. And it was labeled a small fall and a small injury. but trust me, I lived and worked with remnant pains for 2 years almost. So, medical care sufficiently given to me, and I'm grateful to my family, friends, and my employer for that. But despite all of that, nobody thought of the injured spirit and morale. When I had a 1.5 hours pilot launch ride to get back to the nearest ambulance point, I was thinking that the previous ladder was probably the last ladder which my hands ever touched. I thought, okay, spine is injured, elbow is fractured, ball joint, maybe. So maybe career is over. So coming out of that, the only person who actually opened my eyes and talked to me about the PTSD was our ex-president of Nautical Institute, Gillian Carson Jackson. So she rallied a lot of help for me, and thanks to her and Dr. Rachel from UK, today I'm back at work, and very grateful to them for this. So that association came to me from NI. So that is the importance of having this association, and also they put me on to another pilot, Captain Goodfellow, an Australian pilot, who had a similar fall but very severe injuries. So having said that, we'll move to the next. So now I'll move on to talking about remote piloting and VTMS and EMPX, globally favorite topics. Here is where India can boast of its contribution to the nautical world. The VTMS guidance aspect of Kolkata Port is actually, in my opinion, remote piloting. It's been done since 1997. Ships navigate through critical shallow depths and narrow channel without a pilot on board, but pilots are guiding them from over the VHF radio and monitoring via radar and AIS. So EMPX also takes place while the ships are anchoring at sandheads and sending their particulars via email to the Saga VTS. This to me is as far as it goes in a treacherous river pilotage for remote piloting with current technologies. For hundreds of years, next slide. I'm sorry, the previous one. So this distance is mentioned here. You will see 14 nautical miles under Haldia VTMS. That is under pilot's guidance. There is critical depths, narrow channel, very shallow depth. You are going over a bar and the pilot is guiding you over the VHF. And another 22 miles of Saga VTS guidance, which is by watchkeepers, and the water is not so bad. You have good depths, channel is wider. So, next one. Now coming to another topic I talk about a lot because it needs the attention is the pilot ladders. It's a global menace because, for hundreds of years pilots have been climbing these ladders around the world and attempting to assist shipping and traffic in their regions. But there are so many shortcomings. Well, non-compliant ladder figures with IMTA is close to 19 or 20% each year reported, and my personal records and also personal records with other diligently working pilots in Netherlands and elsewhere is a staggering 55 to 60%. And the statistics from Tokyo MOU between 15 and 2017 says PTA related deficiencies only account for 0.38 of all deficiencies identified. So where are the 60% non-compliance ladders get a mention? Where are they getting a mention in the deficiencies? They are all SEQ equipment. I think you have surveyors and people using the ladders and supposed to check the ladders, and where are these ladders missing? Why are they not on paper? So now, this is because, in my opinion, there are so many inconsistencies between the IMO, which gives you only recommendations, SOLAS, which is mandatory, and ISO, which is preferential. You may or may not follow. So because of these inconsistencies regarding standards about the pilot ladders, their manufacturers, maintenance, etc., that is why these problems are not getting highlighted. And even the knowledge about what is compliant and non-compliant is also a problem. There is not enough knowledge even within my own community. So, SOLAS, why I said inconsistencies is because SOLAS 2012 said no to trapdoors and also winch reeling. But it also told you in the rule 1.3 that ships built before 2012 are exempted. So, indefinitely, can we agree to that? That you will carry a unsafe ladder indefinitely and you cannot correct it? This is one loophole. So that grandfather clause is why we find trapdoors even today. And all it needs, we've seen many other companies now taking action. I've seen some MSC ships who have made corrections in their next dry dock or something, and then they get it verified by class and they're allowed to use a compliant trapdoor, which is a good thing, but again, trapdoors, we don't need them anymore. And similarly, has anyone read anything about deshackle in the SOLAS Chapter 5 Regulation 23? There is absolutely no mention of a deshackle, which is used to rig pilot ladders in intermediate lengths around the world. Why is it not mentioned? And the other one is the wheelhouse poster, which we all have seen on the bridge. That needs a little tweak and some edits. That has also been, we've been writing articles and articles about these things, but they don't get heard. And coming to the last part where training is necessary for across the industry, because one, you need to know what is compliant and non-compliant, the pilots, and also shipbuilders, ship owners, everybody. Because there are no expiry dates for pilot ladders. I wonder why. Because the Manila ropes are organic items and they are exposed on deck and they can rot over time. I think it's a simple solution to have an expiry date on a pilot ladder, have a safe working load for a pilot ladder. So these issues, next slide, need to be taken up to IMO, because IMO is now sitting for an NCSR 10 in the month of May 2023. And since NI has a consultative status, I think we, all stakeholders, can come together and bring out solutions, take it up to the place where it matters, where it is heard, and some action will probably be done. And many a times we've also seen in 2006, in 1 year, there were 6 pilot on-duty deaths because of ladder issues. And then we brought out an NCSR in that year and following years, and many recommendations were not taken up because of political leanings. Countries, flag states had issues with who is agreeing and who is not agreeing with these changes. So I think Nautical Institute being taking a center stand here, they can push our flag states and maybe bring out correct solutions on paper. And also, can we, maybe people in this room will tell me and enlighten me about why not helicopters? Maybe we can build cost-effective and safe helicopters. But again, I have to mention here that Australia and New Zealand, although they use helicopters, when the weather is bad, when the wind speed and the wave height is beyond a certain limit, they again resort to boats. So again, you will climb the ladder when the weather is bad. So I would request stakeholders from this room to come together and help in collectively arrive at solutions to fill in the gaps in regulations. So our culmination of solutions would help my pilot colleagues around the world return home each day vertical and not horizontal. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Reshma. thought-provoking, and it did the job. It kept everybody awake and worried. And so do we have the third speaker? Yeah. That's okay. The third speaker has been unavoidably detained, as they say, just as well, because that will get our interactive sessions up and running. So questions for these young people out here, please feel free. Can we pass the mic around if there are any questions? We're looking at, just to keep the focus back on the theme of this session being leadership in a changing world. So, in what way? What is your expectation of the legal services and the pilot services? And I think Amar wanted to ask a question.
Hi, Nilufar. This question is for you. Probably partially, why is there no talk about change in way pilot boats are created? Why are a necessity of a pilot ladder and important to a pilot rather than why not design a boat which really removes that aspect of it? I can understand where you come from. There is no expiry for the wire in the gangway. There is no, when you say de-shackled, I remember a day when a PAC opened the lifeboat, raft ladder, and the ladder just passed away because just went into the water because they forgot to put back the de-shackle. So there are many such things, including why is there no expiry for crane wire? You can see so many incidences happening, and somehow wires and ropes are ignored in shipping. Probably, pilots can take it up, and I've seen pilots in Australia. They've got different boats. Pilots having understanding where it is, how it is, ports changing, providing gangways themselves, then recognizing that the shipboard manpower is not sometimes qualified or enough to actually maintain and tackle such issues.
So
Why
it's like this currently is probably because of the thing called L1. So cost effectiveness. Our ports need to have excellent boats. Have been designed. Australia, when I was talking about Captain Goodfellow, when he fell, the entire port went into a tizzy, and they brought out solutions about reducing the impact of a fall when a pilot fell on the boat. So they made alterations on the deck. The cushioning was done, and anti-skid cushioning, and all that happened. But then the cost which went into it was large, was huge. The kind of cargo they had, they could balance that. But here, we need that same cost-effective, made-in-India solution. So we can do it, and we probably will look into it further. And about not having expiry dates, we should have it. That is also my recommendation. And compared to metal wire ropes, I would still say Manila ropes are far more organic material and exposed. So these you can grease and maintain them. What do you do to a Manila rope? So yeah, we should look into these solutions, and that is why I called upon the industry sitting here for better solutions. We can talk together and create new solutions.
Thank you. Pop question to fill the gap while we wait for the next.
I have two questions. Am I allowed?
Yeah, where are you? I can't see. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Right, sorry. So my name is Chira. I'm from Williamson. I'm heading IMTC. My first question, and apologies if it sounds a little silly, to Mr. Aditya. It's very common to have EBL procedures implemented. Early departure, EDP. And the shipmaster is required to authorize the local agent to sign BLs on his behalf. Now, because you said it's an opaque industry, we do not know who owns who. On a number of occasions, the agent in the port of loading is possibly owned by the shipper himself. So does it not amount to documentary fraud when the shipper is sort of signing the BLs for himself after taking authorization from the master? If at all that is the case, then how do the masters protect themselves?
Well, generally, in most cases, the master actually doesn't sign the bill of lading. He delegates that task to an agent who signs it for and on behalf of the master. Now, a bill of lading is effectively a contract. It performs four functions. Number one, it's a receipt for the goods which are placed on board. Number two, it is a document of title. Number three, it is evidence of a contract of carriage. And number four, it is used in international trade as security. But if you're getting to a contract, yes, the person who signs it is an agent of the ship owner who enters into a contract first with the shipper, and thereafter, once the bill of lading is endorsed or consigned to the end consignee of the bill of lading. Is this fraudulent? I don't think so, because if you're looking at, we're looking at a situation where the shipper the agent colludes with the shipper. And
the agent is fully owned by the shipper sometimes. It happens in Brazil, Argentina, and these countries.
Yeah, so I don't think it's fraudulent, but yes, if the bill of lading makes a representation which is untrue, then it is fraudulent. Like, for example, courts have held that you can never have a letter of indemnity given to change the contents of a bill of lading or predate a bill of lading or antedate a bill of lading, because those things, if it's manipulated, it's clearly a case of fraud, and it could potentially expose you to civil as well as criminal liabilities. But merely because an agent signs a bill of lading on behalf of a master, that's a very common practice in the industry, and I fully appreciate most of the time the agent at the port is hand in glove with the shipper. So unless there's something fraudulent stated in the bill of lading, then it's fraud. Then it's clearly a case of fraud. But that's quite common.
To add to that, Aditya, is blockchain technology going to help in this regard?
Yes, it does, because a lot of blockchain technology is more for trade finance, and that helps in the question of falsification of bills of lading, because it's quite common, and to link this with my presentation of sanctions. Many times, to get out of sanctions cargo, what happens is cargo from Iran is shipped to one vessel, and then there is a ship-to-ship transfer in the ocean, and the old bills of lading are switched with a new set of bills of lading. So hopefully blockchain would assist in reducing it. But I think there's one organization called the Bolero, which has come up with this electronic bill of lading, which is something which the industry can look forward to.
It's very secure.
Yes.
Any further questions?
Thank you. I have one more follow-up, one question for Ms. Neelu, Ms. Reshma. First of all, thank you for highlighting the hazards with pilot ladders. I think we will carry a message with us, if nothing else. It helps. But second, and I believe an equally significant problem is the lack of coordination between the bridge team and the pilots, which leads to a lot of incidents as well. There is a training program based on resource management for pilots, which is recommended by IMPA, your international association. But I don't think any of the pilots in India go through this program. I believe it adds real value, and I want to know if there is any moves.
Is this BRM you're talking about?
BRMP.
For pilots. Okay.
BRM for pilots.
So I was fortunate after the fall, when I was 2.5 months at home. I did that course actually with Captain Ravi Najjar from Australia. So it is definitely a good program to do, course to do, and I regularly incorporate what I learned from there. But yes, we are not members of IMPA directly because they have a hefty membership fee which we cannot afford. But then, yes, these courses can be done, and this was part of recommendations by not just me, by a lot of people. But issues coming up because of this between bridge team and the pilot. I think a simple master pilot exchange and keeping your mind open for the interaction will actually help. You don't have to just do a course and then magic will happen. You will still have to incorporate simple basic relationship issues. Like a master, when they receive a pilot, they think that the pilot is coming there to command over them. So there starts a problem. And similarly for the pilot, a lot of pilots don't like to explain what they would want to do and what is the intention clearly to the master. So there is always a clash of who's over who and who's above who. I think if that mindset changes, I think there would be a better...
I think that is settled in law in terms of who has the command and who has the con. Yeah, I think maybe Aditya will.
So recently there was a Supreme Court judgment on the interpretation of the Indian Port Trust Act, which says that the master is answerable for the actions of the pilot. Now the Supreme Court of India interpreted the term answerable to mean that he is not strictly liable, though a prima facie presumption arises that whatever the pilot has done with the consent of the master, but the ship owner can still leave evidence to show that that the master did not really consent to this action. And therefore, I think I have been involved personally in a number of cases where the port, there's a vessel which goes and collides and with a port jetty and damages port equipment. And the moot issue is it the fault of the master or is it the fault of the pilot? The law historically has been that the pilot is an advisor, is an expert advisor, and the master at the end of the day is fully in command of the vessel. In theory, I'm not saying practically, but in theory, the master can insist on certain safety precautions even if the pilot wants to cut corners. But in practice, most invariably the master by and large is guided by the pilot, and that is the issue. And recently the Suez Canal issue also arose out of that context, where there was tugboats provided, and there was lack of coordination between the master and the pilot, and therefore the Ever Given went and tilted in such a way where she blocked the Suez Canal. But the law as it stands is that in theory the master is can refuse to obey the orders of the pilot.
Right. And hence the need for the BRM. Correct. Yeah, sorry. Who's next?
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Captain Kamlaksh Kamath from Anglo-Eastern. I'm in training for the last 10 years. And regarding pilotage, I was having a word with Reshma. So regarding the charts and the coverage, like you mentioned about not being up to date. So the electronic navigational charts which are being used are produced by our Indian Hydrographic Office. Are we still having the problems on the status of the update with the Indian Hydrographic Office? You did mention about the Admiralty paper chart, but what about our own?
Indian charts are also not as updated as my river chart I can speak for. So in Hooghly River, I have a department which surveys every week. So we have changes weekly, some places fortnightly. So that is not updated with even the IMD charts.
Thanks to hear it from you, because this is something I've been pursuing with UKHO, IHO, IMO, all the bodies, because of CMA, CGM, Libra case, very relevant to the legal part. But other part is, are you sharing the private data that you get from this thing with the master?
Yeah, so what we do is when I'm still on board, I don't share the chart directly with them, but I do show them that this is the plan, this is how we will go, and these are the critical areas where I would need extra men, crew, forward stations or anchor stations or whatever. So that I explained to them with whatever chart they have. So there is a problem, I agree, that maybe he will tell you more about it, but then the charts are for restricted use and it's only for pilots use. So I am not supposed to share it with the master.
Okay, what about the route that
It could put the bridge team off there, because a lot of places in your Admiralty charts, I would be going over an island because the island has shifted somewhere else. That is the channel right now. But then I can't help with this. I don't have the authority to help with this.
I do agree, I am well aware of this, but the point is, what about the route? Are you sharing the route in the electronic form with the master so that pre-arrival he is aware that the route that pilot is going to go is going to be over the land on his chart?
We do not share that.
Yeah, well, I think...
Can it be shared? Sorry, can it be shared?
Negative. So
Thanks.
Answer is negative. You already answered. So, but we could make a deal with the pilots. We'll give you good pilot ladders if you give us the information.
Behind the screen, maybe we can talk about it.
This is not a question, this is a comment. I mean, please, first of all, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Last year, there was, by the IMO, both the Tokyo and the Paris memorandum, there was a concentrated inspection campaign exclusively on the pilot ladder. And the pilot ladder certification has started. I mean, every particular pilot ladder has a certificate. And that particular certificate, I mean, you have it at the bottom of the ladder. Today, every particular meter of the step is marked. So, I mean, there is a difference between the first meter, the second meter, I mean, it's marked. The third particular, that is on the cog, I mean, in between the rung. And the third particular part about the pilot ladder is it has an expiry certificate. I mean, today, I mean, it's for 5 years.
No.
I mean, I'm talking from last year. Yeah. I mean, in the sense, so, I mean, actually, like the pilot ladder, I mean, I represent a couple of flag states and we do flag state inspections. And the emphasis is so much, I mean, that part of the, exercise, like how you have a boat drill, a fire drill or something. Today, I mean, in the sense, the other drills is rigging of the pilot ladder. I mean, the skill. And if that is not efficient enough, the ship gets a deficiency. You have every right to detain the ship. I mean, to that particular extent. That's the power that the administration has given, flag state administration, to detain a ship with the pilot ladder. That's the strictness, how the concentrated inspection campaign took place last year. It closed. Now the concentrated inspection campaign, as per all the memorandums in the world, is on STCW, certification and watchkeeping. I mean, so this is just for the information.
So the voice is being heard, Reshma.
Thank you.
You should take heart from that.
Also,
I
with
think,
certifications, we do see, a lot of pilots from my colleagues from abroad, they have shared fake certificates,
Right.
second-hand ladders, which do not have...
Yeah, but that doesn't take away the progress is being made.
Yes.
So I think we have time
Yes,
for...
sir.
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I am not I'm not given a membership status formally from IMPA, and IMPA I'm doubtful if it has a status. Is it registered with the? No, I mean is it registered with the ministry thing? So then I cannot talk to them as a resolver of my problems.
Okay. I think
I'll just make one more supplementary point to the discussion earlier. Sorry to keep going back. Regarding the bridge resource management between the team and the pilot. See, to my knowledge, I think Canadian government was the only one which ran a comprehensive study on master-pilot relationships over a few years, and the results were published in early 2000s, in the first decade of this century. And they kept updating the results until, say, 2013 or so. And you would be surprised, a number of senior masters were asked, do you think the pilot needs to know this? About 3/4 of them said, I think they already know. So there's no need for me to mention. And the answer was nearly identical on the pilot side. hence my point about the resource management program. I believe there's a huge gap. Like you mentioned, you cannot share the route with the masters, right? But the master is expected to answer for whatever happens because of that decision.
Yeah, point.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. I think Captain Hans, hold on. I think I'll take Con here. Hold on. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, just one point, like we're talking about the certification and the pilot ladder and all those things, but what happens in practicality on board the vessel? You use the pilot ladder, for example, you have to go onto a bunker barge, you use a pilot ladder for that. Yeah, you don't want to use a coolie ladder. So that is also another good aspect, that there should be a portable aluminum ladder on board for all these kind of purposes. Do not use the pilot ladder, but use the aluminum ladder. This kind of thinking also has to be adopted, not simply just on the certification and all those changing of the requirements and all. So this aspect, I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
I don't mind sharing my ladder with others. As long as it's safe for everybody.
Just take a couple more, gentlemen, ladies. We'll wind up for tea. Yeah, I think JK and I.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Captain Hans Kurshingal. I was on Ever Given after the accident. I had taken off the vessel in Great Britain Lakes and taken her to Europe and discharged cargo. Then we went all the way to China, carried out repairs and signed off after 8 months. But that challenges we experienced in Suez Canal. That I know some of us will be knowing that the pilot, the responsibility of master and pilot, that never happened in Suez Canal. Suez Canal, we are responsible, but pilots are in command, almost in command. We can't even question them. And there is no masterful exchange taking place. We do masterful exchange because that covers our legal part. Not because they are eager to know or not that they are serious about it. Then, most of us who are sailing on Suez Canal know that, how it's happening there. So, the legality, I don't know. I was on Ever Genius 1 month before the accident. We were southbound transiting. I had to cancel the transit because of strong wind. But there was nobody to support. We do make, legally, we always worry about the commercial part of the shipping. Because I tell my navigating officers, the shipping industry is run by master. So every master runs the shipping industry. Any mistake from the master can lead to huge hue and cry. That's what happened Ever Given. Whatever you say, the pilot or what the weather factor, but how much the shore industry support the master in executing his power.
And hence the existence of the Nautical Institute.
Yeah, of course. The one of the reason I'm just a new joiner.
We can bring this up as a
Let me tell you the reason I'm just joined last year. One of the reason is legal support. Yeah. When we are in trouble, I was in the Great Lakes for 3 months after the accident, but there is no legal support to the master who has gone through this trouble. That's one reason I'm joining.
Thank you, Captain Hans. I think we are running short of time now. JK needs to have a... Hold on. No. Hold on. I think we need to wrap this up quickly. Thank you. It's a fantastic amount of... Here. I think I have the cons still, gentlemen. So, JK.
Yeah, this pilot ladder, as we know in its present form, must be at least 500 years old with no change taking place.
Sustainable design.
Well, it's robust. It's been used for so many years and it's good. But technology has not touched pilot ladder at all. So, what are the things that we could look at to improve the pilot boarding? For example, would you be comfortable boarding by a drone? You strap a drone and then fly onto the bridge wing directly, or as somebody else suggested, a pilot boat with a motion-controlled platform with a joystick where you control the axis through an articulated arm and land onto the deck. So you remove this weak link completely. Thank you.
Nice.
Sir, IMPA, All India Marine Pilots Association, they had a competition for new ideas about the ladders, and the proceedings were out on the India magazine. whoever won the idea thing. So maybe all that will come in action soon. And regarding helicopters, I did mention that if we had cost-effective and safe helicopters, why not?
So this is, I think we need to wrap this up now. It's 3 o'clock tea time. Many people are thirsty for wrap up. Yes, 4 o'clock. There's one more session also coming up at 4. So I'm sorry, we'll catch up with that. No, now. One more session right now. Oh, there's no tea. Yeah, we need to wrap up. Yeah,
Tea hungry.
So we need to wrap up now. I'm sorry, we can catch up. One question. All right. The last.
So I worked as a technical manager for a company in Cochin with 8 vessels. Then I went back to a vessel on a company known as Nautical. Yes, Nautical. And there was a major incident where the vessel was grounded for 28 days. And the total deck department had to leave the vessel. And having some shore experience for 2 years, and then going back to the vessel and following the whole incident, the total department had absolutely...
No, what's the question?
Again, as a team, what we can do to improve our presence here and to communicate to the normal sailors that we can help, how we can improve, to how we can improve our visibility.
Final session will take that.
Yeah, we'll take that at the Thank you so
Human
much.
element.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, thank you. So we need to wrap it up now.
The whole session for it.
Yeah, we have one more session. So thank you, gentlemen, for a very lively session, and it's a cue for pilot issues are still not resolved. Thank you both for a wonderful presentation. Over to you.
Okay, very interesting session we had. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, on behalf of Team NI Kochi, we would like to give them all a memento each. Captain Jose Kuti to Ms. Reshma Nilufer, Captain Tom Joseph to Aditya, Captain Joseph Alapart to Captain Krish, thank you. We are now going to move on to the pre-tea session. The session 4 is human element. It is being chaired by Dr. K. A. Simon. Professor Dr. K. A. Simon sailed on Shipping Corporation of India for 12 years and was chief engineer for 5 years. Later he came ashore and joined MMD and retired from service as deputy chief surveyor. He is an extra first-class marine engineer. He holds a PhD and MBA degree. He is a fellow of Institution of Engineers of India. He is also a fellow of Institute of Marine Engineers of India and fellow of Indian Council of Arbitrators. He has been All India President of Institute of Marine Engineers for a term of 2 years from 2003 to 2005. Currently, he is serving as Director of Albert's Maritime Institute, Kalamsheri, as well as an independent director on the Board of Directors of Lakshadweep Development Corporation Limited. I request you, sir, to come forward and chair the session. We have the following speakers to join Dr. K. A. Simon, Captain Mohan Naik, Director, Dynacom Tankers Management Limited. Captain Mohan Nair, please come forward. He is the Chairman, Mission of Seafarers Association of India. Ms. Shraddha Gole, Founder Director, Under the Bodhi Tree HR Services. Captain Ajay Achyutan FNI, Synergetic Solutions, Mumbai. Please be seated on the dais, sir. Over to you, Simon sir.
Thank you very much, Captain Sergeant, for the nice words spoken about me. Let me start with a small quotation. You all have heard of the famous jurist Nani Palkhiwala. A decade back, or a little bit more than that, he was addressing the seafarers in Marco. He was saying, learn, in fact he was advising strongly, that you professionals will have to learn and unlearn. That's the advice he gave. In this changing world, you should not stick on to what you have learned in your older times. You should give it up and learn something new things. You have to adopt and adapt to the changes that is taking place. That is precisely what is required out of the present session. I feel so. The present session is about the human element. We have to keep on changing according to the times. We have been talking about safety on board ships so far. We had earlier times, we had the old culture of punitive culture. When you make a mistake, you are punished. Subsequently, it changed over to compliance culture. You have been given a set of rules and regulations. You follow that, it is assumed, it is felt that there will be no accidents. There's a compliance culture. You comply with the requirements. And finally, it came to self-control culture. Like our APJ Abdul Kalam used to say, you have to control yourself. That's the ultimate solution. Not only in the field of shipping, otherwise also. So, but we have seen that we need all the three cultures to coexist in order to bring in safety, particularly with regard to the human factor. With this opening remarks, let me, without much ado, let me move on to the present speakers. We have illustrious speakers here, I can see here. To start with, Captain Mohan Naik. Captain Mohan Naik he is working for Dynacom Tankers. This company is operating about 135 ships, I can see. LNG carriers and oil tankers. He had his sailing experience on oil tankers and bulk carriers as master. He is an extra master certificate holder. LLB from Bombay University and LLM in Maritime Law with distinction from London Metropolitan University. Congratulations to you. A fellow of Indian Council of Arbitration, handling several arbitration cases. A supporting member of ILMAA and a member of CI Arbitration. A fellow of Nautical Institute, fellow of Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, and fellow and warden of CMMI. With this brief introduction, I would request Captain Mohan Naik to come over here and present his paper.
Thank you, Professor Simon. Dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Captain Ajay Chitan. Thank you very much, Captain Menezes, John Menezes, for inviting me at this very prestigious occasion of the 50th anniversary Golden Jubilee of Nautical Institute. Incidentally, I was involved in starting the first Nautical Institute in India, which started in Bombay. I was the first director there. So I have very close relationship with the Nautical Institute. So today's topic given to me has been on the human element and what is the next round of leadership going to do in the maritime field. Can I have the first slide, please? With more power. About the leader's quality 100 years back, and the new definition by Bill Gates, he says the leader himself is empowered, so now pass on the baton to the next one. Next slide, please.
Okay, most of us have seen a movie called Captain Phillips. Most of you have seen it. It is loosely based on incident on Musk, Alabama, which happened off the coast of Somalia. A lot of cinematic liberties have been taken in that movie. You must be aware. The real incident, what happened and what happened in the movie. Tom Hanks played a very fantastic role in that. Does anybody recognize this? This is also a piracy incident, and that is our ship, my company's ship, called the Smyrni, which was commanded at that time by a captain or Captain Upadhyay, who happens to be the batchmate of Captain Achyutan, as well as Captain John Menezes. This ship was in captivity for 10 months in Somalia. 10 very grueling months for the ship's crew. And the chief engineer, Mr. Ghare, is my brother-in-law. So these two people, they led their own crew through safety. Not a single person was injured, by great leadership qualities in these two gentlemen who are of Indian origin, Indian nationals, and manning a foreign flag vessel. So many incidents happened on the ship, so many threatening incidents happened, so much violence happened, but still these two stood the test of time for that. Both of them are from Indian training colleges, the T.S. Rajendra and the Mary, that is earlier DMET. So that was the quality of leaders that this country has produced. I go now to the training institutes, and I'm happy to say when I interview the young candidates, I'm happy to say that the baton has been carried on very well. So many training institutes that I visit for pre-C especially, the young cadets there who pass out, they have fantastic knowledge of all subjects, including the esoteric ones, like the soft skills, management skills, as well as the traditional ones like navigation, seamanship, etc. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think Indian seafarers are going to be the leaders of the future, and that is what is going to be really a feather in the cap for all Indians. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, Professor Simon just now mentioned about leadership qualities earlier, how there was something called autocracy in the system, which we have also undergone as cadets and as junior officers. My way or highway. That is what our master is to say. Go down into that tanks, wear the breathing apparatus, plug that in. No ISM, no paperwork, no nothing. So that is what we went through as, let's say, autocratic system of management those days. And lawful commands should be obeyed. Many times those commands were unlawful actually, which we later on came to know. When we started doing paperwork, read through ISM, and we went through what is called now behavioral based safety, and what is called resilient training, and LI, and all those concepts which have come from the oil majors. So that is what is now replaced this kind of, which is called unitary method of control, unitary control method. That has now been delegate and then follow through, so that you have proper documentary evidence, so that you can pass your SIRE inspections, you can pass your PSC inspection, and that is what is going to be the leadership qualities in the future. Next one, please. So there are some skills which we need to hone upon when we go into the, let's say, the next 30 to 40 years from the human element point of view. One of them is people-oriented skills. Now, people-oriented skills is it's a very vast topic, and it's not easy to explain in like 2 minutes. But for senior management levels, a leader will need to be perceptive to all the crew on board, their needs, advising them if required, and being concerned with their problems. But of course, this should be reciprocated by the juniors. Juniors have to carry their own weight on board. They cannot, shun their thing by saying that this is my problem, I have this ache, I have that ache. We have to carry out their responsibility. Listening skills are equally important, which will playing a big role in the future. Or for shore management, that's where I come from. It is very necessary to invest in people on board, in inculcating and imbibing these skills. After all, you're entrusting millions of dollars of both the ship as well as the cargo to your people. So it's better to invest in the good training, especially in soft skills like people-oriented skills. And today's young seamen, they question authority. Unlike us, we used to just follow herd mentality. He says, do this, we follow that. So now it is young seamen who question mentality. They have internet on board. They have access to all the Googles and other search engines, and they can easily find out their WhatsApp. The circulation of information is in a jiffy, so you have to be aware to all. The next leader should be aware to all this. Society is overall changing, so are the economic and political conditions. The next one. Adaptability of leaders to digitalization challenges. Many people have already earlier spoken about blockchain, big data, things like that. One of the most important one here is how does the senior management level cope with changes in digitalization and what is their take on information technology. They should have ample knowledge of information technology and they should adapt to digitalization changes. Hierarchy is very essential to shipping business, but it is important that the leader who aspires to lead should lead from the front. Otherwise, his knowledge in this particular field of digitalization will be exposed, and therefore he has to be on top of it. We cannot have masters sitting in their cabins and hope to know everything on what is happening on deck or what is happening in the digitalization field, especially on container vessels, for example. And when there is a cyber security problem, very well you must be aware that anything can happen because of cyber attacks. So the master and his team on board should be aware of this. Many junior officers are quick to learn, for example, the operation of ethics, while the senior masters, sometimes when I go on inspections, ask them simple questions like contour, safety contour, etc. They are at sea, literally at sea. So engine room automation, the juniors are quick to learn on this. So we must, adaptable to digitalization. Next slide. This is one of the topics very close to Nautical Institute's heart, that is mentoring of juniors. Unfortunately, due to fast turnarounds, as well as sometimes complacency sitting on board, sometimes extra paperwork on board, which needs to be reduced, of course. So the job of the TNO, that is the Training and Educating Officer, or the TME, the Marine Engineer Training, his main job nowadays is to fill up forms and fill up checklists. This has to change. The baton has to be passed slowly. Otherwise, we will never be able to be calling ourselves the leaders of the future. So mentoring is very close to my heart, and unless we hand over the skills by mentoring, things will not progress. Next slide. Handling mental health issues. During COVID times, this was very much highlighted. Even we had 2 suicides, or one so-called suicide, one was actual suicide. So one was just missing, we didn't know what happened. And all because of mental pressure. People, some of them of course could sign off, some of them could not sign off. But this is now an ongoing process where we should be aware as leaders, both ashore as well as on board, that how perceptive are you? Can you catch the signals when somebody is mentally disturbed on board? Can you find out? Can you counsel him? Do you have a 24/7 counseling center in your company? Can you use any unions, for example, counseling centers? So this is very important for the leaders of the future. Next one, please. Gender sensitivity. Another thing, we see a lot of women now coming on board, shoulder to shoulder, working with seafarers, male seafarers. So this is highlighted here only because these numbers are going to increase. And unless gender sensitivity is there in the practicing seamen on board, the leaders will not be able to function. And this has to be inculcated from the basic level. Whenever a girl cadet or a girl TME comes on board, or even a crew member comes on board. So this is very important for the future. There are many examples in the industry where abuse of superior power has occurred. However, the victim chooses to remain silent due to personal reasons or perceived ignominy. The fact remains that there is a still male-dominated industry. However, leaders must adapt to this impending change and show appropriate behavior on board. Many reputable companies have this 24/7 helpline so that anybody can report any incident of bullying, harassment, etc. 24/7, bypassing the master. We have a system like this, and he or she directly approaches to the DPA, designated person ashore, who is only getting his information. He may get it anonymously, or he may get it by name, whoever is getting it. So he has to act on that information. So this is very important. We will come to that shortly about transparency. Next one. Better communication skills. You have this saying from James Humes here. These skills are equally important on onboard departmental communication also. Deck, engine room, etc. This could not be allowed to break down. And dealing with different nationalities, it is highly important that you hone these skills of communication in the language of leadership. Next one, please. Environmental, social, and commercial issues. So merchant ships are there for the business. However, profit should not be earned at all costs. It is the master who must remain on top of the safety of the ship. Commercial reality is something else. Safety of his ship and his crew is something is on paramount. Therefore, master and the chief engineer should not cut corners by contravening the laws of the land, which may lead to personal loss of reputation or even criminalization in the true sense. So, industry should not just be highlighted for the accidents that it causes. So, we should be aware that even good things should go reported. For example, I hope this Nautical Institute will find good coverage in the press of Kerala, at least. Because these are the good things that the maritime industry is doing to propagate safety. Okay, next one. Transparency on board and ashore. I just spoke to you about how transparency between the company and the crew will help in getting this bond of the shipboard and the shore personnel together, and this can happen if there is a direct connection. So I was telling you, it's not eroding the master's authority. Master's authority is still there, but it just avoids any kind of harassment or bullying from the seniors. So this is going to be the future, gentlemen, ladies. If you are not transparent from both the sides, we are not going to run a ship-shape company. Okay, next one. This is the last one. Charismatic leadership traits. There are many leadership qualities given here. What will be needed from the leaders of the future is to listen to the issue of the individual with compassion and empathize with him or her, impose stricter discipline if such issues are frivolous after investigation, involve the team in helping the individual, because these acts of good nature will not be forgotten. In conclusion, the days of yore, where, as I said, my way as highway, has gone. The authoritarian style of leadership on board is also seen its last. What has arrived is a combination of styles of maritime leadership, which I talked about in the beginning, that we have to amalgamate our leadership styles so that our leaders will continue to be leaders in the future in the maritime field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Mohan Naik. We kept to the time also. We now move on to the next speaker, that is Miss Shraddha Gole. Am I saying it right? Shraddha is a seasoned people specialist with 2 decades of multifaceted career in people matters. An accomplished HR people professional who has strong 12 years of experience with the Shipping Corporation of India Limited, Bombay. And 6 years of experience in leadership role with DP World's Navaseva Ports. Shraddha has started her own venture called Under the Bodhi Tree HR Services, which deals in people matters, provides various HR business related interventions to improve culture, well-being and business. Within a short span of 6 months, Shraddha has rolled out programs for Calcutta protest and also customs. She has projects with SCI, New Mangalore Port, Mumbai Port and many in pipeline. Shraddha has been recently awarded with Star Woman in Maritime. That's not all. People Expert of the Year, Top HR Leader Awards for her exemplary contribution to HR leader and entrepreneur. With this few words, I would request you to come and take the floor.
So I'm here with my plan A and plan B. I have a soft copy and hard copy both. It is my privilege to address such a diverse audience today, including the distinguished guest and my fellow speakers. Quickly, before we start the session, Captain Mendes has asked me to convey findings of very latest survey. The findings of the survey says all the people directly and indirectly related to maritime are very attentive post-tasty spread of lunch in Taj Malabar. The report is as fresh as today's event. Okay, so on that note, I want to start, and before I cover the human element in maritime industry, I want to congratulate the entire team of the Nautical Institute for the commendable work and contribution to the maritime industry. Today I'm going to talk about Sustainable Development Goal 5, which is about women empowerment and gender equality. Shall also talk about women in maritime, especially in leadership roles. May I start with that? Yeah. Okay. I am not able to see the complete slide. No, there also it's half.
Same thing, you
half.
can redo it.
Yeah. Before wasting any time, as we all know, the achievement of gender equality is the fifth of 17 sustainable goals, SDGs, laid out in the Sustainable Development Agenda. Alright, very nice. Okay. So it's the fifth SDG that we are going to talk about. Let's look at our industry closely. Maritime industry is vibrant and growing. We need to embrace the diversity agenda and give it the momentum it deserves. Companies that have realized the importance of having gender equality have already started making big changes. However, many organizations and institutes, especially in maritime industry, are not aware of benefits of having diverse people, gender equal culture, so they are resistant to this change. A very first stage of employee life cycle starts from hiring. And the recent survey done in maritime shows that there is a negligible equal hiring. So obviously that leads to wider gaps as the employee grows in the organization. People resisting the change need to be educated about benefits of having women working equally in all types of roles, especially in leadership roles, who can bring about the change in the way organizations are functioning today. There are multiple benefits of having a diverse employee strength. Some are on the screen. There is no doubt that an organization will record a significant increase in productivity with diverse pool of talent. A survey conducted by Lehman Brothers revealed that gender-based teams were more likely to be creative, share knowledge, and execute tasks effectively. This report also showed that teams with more women were the most confident. With my personal experience of working with leading Indian companies and multinational companies, equality in the workplace breeds higher job satisfaction, which in turn increases employee engagement and performance. While we talk about various benefits that gender equality can bring, in my view, the biggest is social cohesion. It is proven when jobs become more gender inclusive, it redefines women's role in society. In this way, jobs shape people's values and behaviors towards work and women. A recent study by McKinsey revealed that companies that ranked low for gender diversity, mind you, low on gender diversity, were less likely to achieve above average monetary returns compared to more inclusive companies. Let's see where we are as per the latest survey. And there is a question for all of you on the screen. Would like to know what you think the answer is. You can just take from there.
B.
Yeah, sadly, it's very low. It is at 1.2. Very, very low. But I want to leave you with the good news as well, that there's a positive trend in gender balance, with the report estimating 24,059 women serving as seafarers, which is a 45.8% increase from 2015 report. news, but certainly there is big room, big hall for change, and it is definitely the time for change. We have struggled with challenges of COVID-19 for the past 2 years. So it is pertinent that we don't lose focus now. With the disruptions all around, we need to be agile and need to have the best workforce to adapt the changes, to innovate, to evolve, perspective. Let's analyze this from leadership perspective in a changing world, and that's the topic that we're discussing today. It is alarming to see we do not have many women in leadership role in maritime, and I have some questions that I want you to ask yourself. When you think of leaders in maritime, how many women come to your mind? Can we ignore 50% of the population? Is it possible to ignore women who form 50% of humanity race today? Are we creating women leaders or are we snubbing women leaders? Are we the ones showing bias, turning down ideas because it is coming from a smart woman? Are we doing enough? Recently, I attended one award function, and the award was for category company with equal number of women at board level. And there was no nomination. That's the reality. It is hard-hitting fact that there is a huge gap, which needs to be filled in by adopting intensive interventions and uniform policy for the entire maritime sector. We need women mentors, role models, leaders who can hire and promote more women in leadership roles. The time to act and invest in women and girls is now. There are entities like International Maritime Organization who are leading from the front. Initiatives from IMO, Women's International Shipping and Trade Association, that is WISTA, Maritime CEO, and a few more are helping to raise the profile of women in all parts of maritime sector. Let's look at the next slide. And what do you see on the screen? Some imbalance, some bias, some conventional expectations, some loneliness, and a lot of pain. Let's watch the next video and we'll talk about it more. Sorry. No? Okay. I'll give you some time. Okay? No. Anyway, even if you... we are really sorry for this technical glitch. Okay. Okay, just, yeah. This is important. Even if you see it without sound, it will make a lot of sense. Anyways.
Let's test the theory. Don't worry.
started taking blind auditions in orchestra, and suddenly 20% increase they could see in women musicians, so that says a lot.
Studies show we often have prototypes for the people we believe will succeed in the job, and we may unconsciously change our criteria to help those people get the job. You may be thinking, I'm not like that. Well, the participants in a study on prototype bias thought the same thing. And ironically, those who thought they were most objective ended up being the most biased. Blind spots can span any dimension of diversity and can potentially lead to bad decisions. Not only can blind spots limit our own choices, they may result in missed opportunities that don't lead to the best possible outcomes. The good news is that there are ways to overcome prototype bias. You can start by setting objective criteria. This can help prevent you from being swayed by relevant factors, and you can double-check your objectivity by sharing the why behind your decisions. Lastly, don't make assumptions based solely on your idea of fit, because when it comes to success, one size doesn't fit all.
There is this site, I will share that with you. It's a very effective and hard-hitting message, and it also guides us how to overcome the bias or the blind spot, which we all have, and we need to overcome that. So to make these changes, do we have enough time? Okay, and you can see that the agreed deadline is 2030. With under 8 years left to meet it, the world is still not on track. We as maritime industry, are we geared up for this? Let's look at some quick wins, sustainable goals that we can adopt and bring ourselves back on track if we are not. Okay, so there are some quick wins that came to my mind, and I have just made a slide for your ready reference. The maritime industry needs to create more recruitment training related options for women. How will parents, families, girls know about career opportunities in maritime? We need to do mega awareness sessions in schools, colleges, and nearby communities where career in shipping is not a natural choice. Let's make maritime industry a safe and attractive option for women. I urge you all to make gender equality a consistent part of your conversation. Integrate into the core of who you are. This isn't a one and done kind of conversation. It needs to be continuous till it becomes an integral part of this ecosystem. I, for one, believe our commitment towards SDG 5. It is time for us to take up multiple goals, individually and as a group. It need not be limited to only workplaces. We need to make sure that it is applied everywhere. Initiate, reintroduce at homes, schools, institutes, workplaces. Talk about it with your family, friends, peers, relatives, students, because only then we will be able to move the needle. We cannot keep it limited or be selective about it. Walk the talk. Look at the gaps with honesty and follow it by genuine efforts. We can do this if we are in it together. This is not the time for us to be insecure with each other's presence. We need to look at the collaboration and energy this union will create. We need to be honest and fast. Remember to monitor your initiatives around gender equality. See month-on-month progress. Document it as data is vital. Be the leader and be the trendsetter. And to sum up, nurturing gender equality and diversity in the workplace is the need of yesterday, which continues to be our aim today. Let's not disappoint the tomorrow. Let's take a giant leap towards gender equality, diversity in the maritime industry. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to pour my heart out and share my perspective. Once again, a big thank you. And I wish a very happy golden anniversary to the entire NIT. Thank you.
Yes, it was a very wonderful presentation. We'll now move on. We are late by only 5 minutes. Our next speaker is Captain Ajay Achyutan. He is very well known in shipping circles, particularly at Mumbai. There is no maritime functions in Mumbai without Captain Ajay Achyutan. This is my own experience. I've seen that myself. Captain Ajay Achyutan is a proprietor of Synergistic Solutions and founder director of Nautical Institute, India. He is an extra master MBA degree holder, certified Karma Yogi, behavioral assessor, logotherapy educator, author of Spirituality, Leadership, Competence, and 3 other good books. I have read one of his books. If the teacher has not learned, if the students has not learned, the teacher has not taught. I keep telling that to my own faculty members, they don't like it. After hanging up his sailing boots, he has dedicated himself and his company towards founding maritime academics and structuring maritime association and research on developing human beings. His chapter on managing social relationship in multicultural environment was published in The Command 2000 and was highly acclaimed. He has 3 other papers published in Seaways and The Human Element on demystifying the human context of quality, safety, and security. I must also confess here that he has been my teacher for a course, but don't get the impression that I am younger to him. Thank you. Please, yours.
Thank you, sir. You are the epitome of humility, and many of us need to learn from you. Thank you, and namaste. Namaste. So, what does namaste mean?
God in me salutes the God in me.
Yeah. So, do we actually look at each people, like we talk about gender, diversity, etc.? Do we look at women as a body, a mind, or intellect, or we look at the spirit in them? So, can we just for a moment just look at each other as the soul, the spirit that we are, and acknowledge the soul and spirit that we truly are? Okay, this is a great country, and possibly when Captain Mohan Naik shared what he shared about his brother-in-law and my batchmate being trapped in the Somalia piracy, maybe it's that hidden competency which made them come through. Because another chief officer of mine, Captain Makne, was also one of the cases, and they did atrocious things to him. But it's only his meditation which brought him out of that whole ordeal of being captured by the pirates. So thank you, Nautical Institute, for inviting me, and special thanks to my lovely colleague, batchmate, Captain John Menezes, and the entire team over here. I'm a stand-in speaker, I think, for Captain Butalia, who wasn't here. He had to go somewhere else. So maybe some of you, the initial may not have seen my name. One thing I want to invite you to do during this presentation is just start listening, and don't please take this in a minor way. When at what age I learned how to listen, formal listening, you just self-introspect. We all learned reading, writing, speaking. Have you learned formally how to listen? So I learned my formal listening when I was 40 years old. And I learned about my spirituality in English language, the Bhagavad Gita, when I was about 47 years old. In between that, there's a lot of internal damage I've done to myself and my body. And the mind also. Because the proper education, unfortunately, it was not afforded to us or to any of you. And a very major competency is missing. And one future competency which will really help you is listening. Remember that I exist today because of your listening. So please give me your patient listening. Now, for those of you who may not have done a formal training in listening, one small exercise is if you when you're listening, your mind will wander. There are a lot of thoughts coming in your mind. Just pause for a time, take a deep breath. When you do conscious breathing, then no thoughts can go in your mind. And then concentrate. Because this is going to be a tough subject because it's going to go inside you. And your ego is going to stop me from communicating with you. You know why you go to sleep? Because the ego doesn't want to listen to what I'm hearing. Or what I'm speaking. Okay? So, CPD for human beings is what I've termed the continuous professional development for human beings. Future competency. Next slide, please. So let's just see this, and I hope the volume will come on. Otherwise, I will read it. It's not a picture, so I think I'll read it for you. Okay. Reversing the human thinking process is one of the major competencies required. So can you just click on that? Is it? Why is it not going? Why is it not going? We did try it out. It's not playing on the main screen. Maybe you got to escape and start again. So maybe we can. So can we skip the slide? We'll try to see if we can. If it comes out later. Maybe the slide is telling us. I'm listening to the slide, telling us this is not a time to show this. Okay. So, yeah. I'm part of a lost generation. Please read out to yourself.
Straight because work is more important than family. I'll tell you this, once upon a time, families stayed together. But this will not be true in my era. This is a quick fix society. Experts tell me 30 years from now, I'll be celebrating the 10th anniversary of my divorce. I do not concede that I will live in a country of my own making. In the future, environmental destruction will be the norm.
No longer can it be said that my peers and I care about this earth. It will be evident that my generation is apathetic and lethargic. It is foolish to presume that there is hope. And all this will come true unless we choose.
And all this will come true unless we choose to reverse it. There is hope.
Let's
it
reverse
is foolish to presume that my generation is apathetic and lethargic. It will be evident that my peers and I care about this earth. No longer can it be said that environmental destruction will be the norm. In the future, I will live in a country of my own making. I do not concede that 30 years from now, I will be celebrating the 10th anniversary of my divorce. Experts tell me this is a quick fix society, but this will not be true in my era. Families stayed together once upon a time. I tell you this, family is more important than work. I have my priorities straight because my employer will know that they are not the most important thing in my life. So in 30 years, I'll tell my children, money will make me happy is a lie, and happiness comes from within. I realize this may be a shock, but I can change the world, and I refuse to believe that I'm part
of a lost generation. So, can you get a tingling feeling? That's your spirituality speaking. Whenever you get that feeling, there's another domain of you which exists. And that is what is required for sustainable future. See, unfortunately, when I read through the Sustainable Development Goals, don't see sustainability, I see sustainability of human beings, but I don't see sustainability of the planet there. We need it again. And we need to work on that. The next. So what is this human element? And we've got to transform this. Human being seems to have been developed, like when English language created, it was created with a lot of set of acronyms. And I've got at least 100 acronyms I can show you. From where, to understand the context, so human and manush are the same words. And manush comes from the word H-U-M-A-N-S, M-A-N-U-N-S-H. And manush comes from the word manusmriti. Maybe manusmriti was not gender, you were not gender diverse, but apologies for that from all our men to the women. Today I am conducting programs of empowering men to deal with empowered women. Because sometimes we are not able to deal with them, and it ends up in divorce. So, many people are not getting married because they think too many empowered women around. So manusmriti, and there are a lot of secrets, a lot of hidden stuff in there. I've not read that completely, but still, because the main text in Sanskrit, and I've been deprived of that language. Seems to have derived from next slide, please. Continuous development has at its core Jivan Vidyarthi. It's the context coming from my ancient Sanatan Dharma. And one of my students from the Extra Masters, he's cleared as an Extra Master, he's taken a project called Unlearning, Learning and Relearning. And I hope, I'm going to meet him this evening, I hope he's also the Cochin port, the pilot here. That would be his last part of the Extra Masters, and we do hope that makes a great impact. And all of you, please, from Cochin, please contribute to him making it happen. So we are all lifelong learners towards sustainability of life on this planet. Next. It's important to distinguish the difference for this, There's a responsibility for each one of us as learners, but equally important for the teachers as a transmitter. So, but there's a gap between teaching and learning and performance and competence. And we have bridged this gap. In fact, Mohan Naik and many of us were part of a committee in 2009 to 2011 when I left my cushy job and went into the area of uncertainty and learned about the gaps and how to bridge those gaps. Okay, so we've got a learning management code and behavioral competencies to bridge these. Next slide. So who is a human being? So what do we need to unlearn? We need to unlearn that we're not just a body, mind, intellect, but we are a spiritual being with a human experience. And the core of this word is being. Forget about the human. It's being. It's being human. Salman Khan borrowed this from one of my classes. One of his cousins came and attended my classes, and he has actually copyrighted it. But it's being human. We discovered this, me and a colleague, Puran Chugani, in 1998. So it's all about your being. So I want to ask Reshma one question, and you don't have to answer, just think about it. There was a conversation about authoritative and advisory role of a pilot. So when you go on board, or if the DC is here, maybe he can, do we train people, pilots, how to be advisory and not authoritative? Because what lands is how you are being, not what you are saying. What lands is who we are being, not what we are saying. The context lands, not the content. So being is the generator, the Brahma. Doing, the preserver, the Vishnu. And having is the consequence, the Shiva. So God, generator, operator, destroyer, seems to have been created as an acronym for Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. So, who are we being? And the activities with that being decides what we are having, the consequences. So, when we do risk management, we also look at consequences and then trying to find out the hazards. Okay? How many of us can actually go into and say, yes, this is who we are being which created this accident? Or this is who we are being which created this success? 99% of all of us have been successful at sea. How much time do you go back and say, these are my being which created my success? So, the reverse is also true. You've got to analyze, backward integrate, and find out the root cause of consequences, and we can get to who we are being. So I'll leave you with this question. Are you a human being with a spiritual experience, or are you a spiritual being with a human experience? All what we have done from the morning till here will just go to zilch, if we do not operate from being spiritual beings with a human experience. And that's where you got infinite potential. The infinite is in the finite. In that finite body, mind, intellect is the infinite. And we train people on intuition. You'll be amazed with the type of intuition people get. Next slide, please. So how do we deliver environmental, social, and governance impact towards sustainability? The ESG, they say, which circles sustainability goals. Next slide. So, we can just I present the paper there, but I'll just put some salient features here. We find that the first thing which is stopping seafarers is, am I going to lose my job? And why should they be motivated to do something here when, keep that going down, scroll down, 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 down. So, this paper will be available here, and the first question is, why do we need a seafaring career? And can I get a mic? It represents our expertise, profession, identity. It gives us financial and psychological rewards. It builds over time and endures. However, many seafarers and India mining companies are skeptical. Will AI take over our jobs? So this part of the paper is called Artificial Intelligence Human Being. No, it's about am I being human? AI, am I being human? Okay, so it sort of describes the similarity between human beings and the machines. Can you go down? And you'll find go down. You'll find that it's not about we versus machines. Keep going down. Yeah. So machines are just extensions of human beings. There's nothing like somebody is inventing something. Only discoveries. Every machine is if you go deeper into you, is a manifestation of that. Please go down. And this paper shows you what AI is going to do, and the only problem here is that they go at such a fast rate which we cannot cope up. But it has been found that with ancient mantras and repeating things, you can program your mind to receive at a faster rate. Please go down. Down. Okay. So what is supervised learning? All these aspects are there. Now the problem is that if we let the machines take over, like Hitler, Alexander, Genghis Khan all try to capture the world, with AI and machine learning, the entire world population can be eradicated or wiped out. So it's not human versus machines, it's human versus machines and the VUCA world. The chairperson of BPD said, Cochin Porter said that today, volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous world. We need to deal VUCA with VUCA. So what's the dealing VUCA with? For volatility, you create vision. Each of you got to have a vision for the future. If you want to take those people out of Nigeria, create a group of people and create a vision that they are free. It's so powerful. It will bring them out from there. Understanding for uncertainty. And complexity with clarity, and your ambiguity with agility are the solutions. Please go down. So some of the future competencies here, as we go down, is, we go to the next slide. So we got to develop our sustainability DNA. Okay. So I want you to go and just see this particular slide. It is by Accenture. Yeah, this one. we need to look at a sustainable DNA and develop that. Accenture has put 5 blocks in there, creating mission purpose, intelligence and insight, stakeholder inclusion, emotions and intuition, and technology innovation. And DK means I don't know. Because there is whatever we do, whatever risk management we do, there's always some risk which we don't know, or a new thing like, you're going to create hydrogen as a future fuel or ammonia. There will be some problem which comes up in the future. Okay? So I'm going to leave you with that. I want to acknowledge, please go down. So accountability, people are talking about accountability, collective intelligence and human connection are the core circling all this. And the terms in the ancient scriptures called dharma and karma, consciousness and the Vasudeva Kudumbakam. They got being given English names. And please go down. We go down further. There are about 21 practices required. So strengthen your sustainable DNA and namaste. Thank you very much for having me here. You've got acknowledgement at the end of class. We'd like to acknowledge Accenture for that sustainable DNA, Chinmaya Mission, Landmark Education and Nautical Institute. Thank you very much.
We'll skip. Yes. Okay. If anybody has got any particular question to ask, you can have it during tea break.
They're going to ask questions themselves.
Yeah. That's what he is professing.
Okay, please accept our mementos for your lovely talks. Captain Tom to Mohan Naik. Captain Jose Kuti to Shraddha Bole. Okay, Captain Shivan Kuti to Captain Ajay Achutan. Captain Ivor Govius to Dr. K.A. Simon for chairing this wonderful. Yes, and now we go for tea and reassemble at 16:30 sharp for the valedictory function. So 15 minutes break only, sorry.
Okay, that's it. They were expecting tea at 3:30. You know that. So would you like to change and we have? Okay, that's just. But I really admire your patience.
introduction is going to come in soon. Deepak Shashikumar, Chief Engineer, FNI. He will be chairing the valedictory session. So please come onto the stage. And Mr. Captain Hemant Gupta, FNI, Principal Consultant, Drury Maritime Advisors Limited. Mr. Fabian Akbar. Mr. Fabian Akbar, One Ocean Limited. Mr. Fabian Akbar. Please come to the stage, sir. Captain John Prasad Meneses. Then Captain Sergeant Gabriel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction, Captain Sergeant. Very nice of you. Just touching upon the sessions that we had during the day, it's not a word of thanks, but just reflecting about what we have found, perspectives that we have covered so far. We ran in through the administration and the Indian Navy's perspective initially, moved on to ship owners, services sector, the human element, a little bit of a spiritual element as well that got us thinking. Thank you, sir. Now we are into the final session of the day and focusing on what we need to take away and what are the likely points moving forward, the way ahead. A lot of the points that we've seen that were covered by the speakers, some positives and some pain points as well, rely a lot on data. Here, moving forward, data seems to be the key. As we all know, many of us have seen it in practice in our daily lives, have seen it being developed as a part of way forward. Predominantly, the capture or acquisition of data, use of data, analyzing the data, and perhaps prediction with the available data available. So we have two interesting speakers in this session. One, both of them partly related to do with data. That's Captain Hemant and Mr. Fabian Akbar from One Ocean. Captain Hemant is a fellow of the Nautical Institute. He's a master mariner and an MBA. He sailed for 16 years and was in port operations for 12 years, of which 8 years were in Singapore. His passion is dry bulk operations, and he's a technical editor of the upcoming third edition of the Bulk Carriers Operation Book by the Nautical Institute, which is considered as the Bible in the industry for dry bulk. For the last 3 years, he has been in shipping and port consultancy at Drury, with green shipping being his forte. I would welcome Captain Hemant onto the dais.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. First of all, I've always been a backbencher. Today is also the same among the last speakers, but no regrets, because being a backbencher, I've cut down some of the points because some of the speakers have already done that, and also everybody seems to be wide awake after the tea. Okay, it's an honor to give a presentation today on green shipping. First of all, we must understand what green shipping is all about. For example, in a door-to-door cargo movement, that is from the origin of the cargo to the final destination, the sea leg, the sea transportation by vessel, contributes to 90% of the greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, reducing the emissions from the vessel is critical. And this is what has prompted the regulations for emission in the maritime industry. Yeah. Okay, go to the next one, please. Yeah, okay. I will first start with a brief explanation of the regulations pertaining to the emissions. Sulfur NOx, and greenhouse gases are emitted from the vessel due to the fuel combustion. These gases are either harmful to humans or to the planet or to both. A greenhouse gas strategy was developed in 2018 to limit the emissions. The exact percentage have already been told by the previous speakers. These emission reductions are based on time to wake emissions. So when we say time to wake, it means from the time the fuel is in the tank of the vessel to its final combustion. Two interesting points to note here. These present regulations are more focused on CO2 reduction. Also, it does not include all the emissions during life cycles, which is from the time of extraction from the well, processing, etc., which is called as well-to-wake emissions. There is a push from stakeholders for changing from time-to-wake emission towards the well-to-wake approach. This is what EU is going for. And also to have specific requirements for methane emissions, which is far more harmful than CO2. It is not clear yet whether these two items will be addressed in the revised strategy, which is expected to come next year. Next one. Yeah. There are various ways to reduce emission. Energy efficiency can be improved either by reducing the CO2 emission using alternative fuels or by using energy efficiency technologies like wind-assisted propulsion or by various other means, which is the numerator in the formula you can see on the slide. It can also be improved by increasing the value of the denominator, which is the transport power, by installing propulsion improving devices. Out of these options, alternative fuels offer the maximum reduction in emissions. Next one. Now I will briefly run through the key alternative fuels. Alternative fuels include various fuels other than the conventional fuels that are currently used, which is heavy fuel oil and very low sulfur oil. Alternative fuels include biofuel, methanol, LNG, hydrogen, ammonia, nuclear, etc. They can be further categorized into blue fuels, which produce carbon emissions that are captured, or green fuels, which do not produce carbon emissions at all. Next one. Starting with biofuels, they are produced from vegetable and animal oil or their waste. They are drop-in fuels, which means they can be directly used in the engine and with minimum engine alterations. They do not result in carbon emission reduction as such during the combustion process. However, the emissions can be partly or fully offset during their production, during the manufacturing. A point to note is that if they are not considered as sustainable fuel if the plantation for these stuff is done by cutting the forest. Key challenge for this fuel is availability and sufficient sustainable source. So to summarize, biofuels are good alternative fuels for short to medium terms, provided there is sufficient sustainable biofuels available. For the long term, the sustainable availability of these fuels seems to be limited, but still nothing is clear yet. Okay, coming to methanol. Currently all methanol is produced using natural gas at the moment. However, it can be also produced by biomass or renewable electricity. It is becoming a popular alternative fuel due to ease of handling and less emissions. As we can see, MERS is especially considered as a preferred alternative fuel. Next one. LNG has gained considerable popularity as the most easily available alternative fuel due to lower CO2 emissions than conventional fuel. However, there is methane leakage during its life cycle, which is called methane slip. The result of methane emission is that it is far more harmful greenhouse gas than CO2. However, LNG can later be replaced by bio-LNG or synthetic LNG. Now, coming to zero carbon fuels, starting with hydrogen, it can be produced by various methods. It's produced from natural gas in conjunction with carbon capture. It's called blue hydrogen. If produced using renewable electricity, it's called green hydrogen. It requires special storage tanks with temperature of minus 253 degrees centigrade to maintain hydrogen in a liquid state. It is highly flammable and prone to leakage. So therefore, hydrogen needs a larger storage space, and because of that, it is not expected to be directly used as a fuel in cross-ocean voyages. Moving on to ammonia. Ammonia needs much lesser space than hydrogen and is considered as one of the main fuels in the long run. The engines for it are expected to be ready in 2024. However, ammonia is highly toxic and to humans and aquatic life, which is the main concern when using ammonia as a fuel. Also, there is something called ammonia slip, in a way which is also called as laughing gas. This gas is also extremely potentially harmful for the atmosphere. That's why there are a lot of debates going on whether ammonia is really a good fuel or not. Now, coming to nuclear powered vessel, it has not gained momentum due to concern over safety, political issues, regulatory issues, as well as disposal of the nuclear waste. However, all other alternate fuels under consideration require more storage space than conventional fuel, which in turn reduces the cargo carrying capacity of the vessel. But nuclear vessels require much lesser space. Research is ongoing to develop molten salt reactor, as was told by previous speaker. It is yet to be seen whether nuclear fuel vessels will be accepted and whether it will become popular in the future or not. Next one. Next. Okay, coming to actual uptake of various alternate fuels. About 1% of the existing global fleet of vessels are capable of burning alternate fuels, and LNG is a preferred fuel for ship owners at the moment. The order book, which order book means the vessel currently under construction, that paints a different picture. About 21% of the vessels on the order book are alternate fuels capable. LNG is again the preferred fuel at the moment. However, methanol is also gaining momentum. Next one. Next. It is important to understand the key drivers for alternate fuels, which are critical for successful adoption. These include, first, research and development must be accelerated for marine engines and vessel design for fuel of ammonia and hydrogen. The selected fuel must be available in sufficient quantity for the maritime industry, because there are other industries also who are vying for the same fuel. The bunkering infrastructure must be developed promptly across the globe, which in turn requires demand for a wide sufficient number of fuel for the particular fuel, as well as the bunkering location should be preferably in a major trade lanes. And that's why we are talking a lot about green corridors. It is critical that ship owners are motivated to adopt the alternate fuels, and this motivation will depend on various factors, such as the regulatory push, which is ongoing, push from the financial institutes, which previously they have spoken about. Then we have customer-driven push, the customer increasing demanding lower emissions. Then also there should be ability of funds for retrofitting or replacement of the vessel. And fuels must be available at a reasonable price. Because the price difference, there is a strong push towards carbon tax, which is still being talked about at IMO level for a long time, not finalized yet. Now, there is also compromise of the cargo carrying capacity, which in turn will reduce your revenue earnings. So these are the various factors ship owners have to take into consideration. There are other issues as well. For example, there are limited options for alternate fuels at the moment, apart from LNG. However, LNG is also debatable due to issue of methane slip. The safety concerns with ammonia and hydrogen still remains, and ship owners have to secure long-term supply of the alternate fuel before investing in alternate fuel vessels due to limited availability. And that's why you're seeing that after ordering these vessels, Maersk has been pushing a lot to have MOUs for purchase of methanol fuel. Stakeholders are demanding a gradual transition from time to wake towards a well-to-wake measurement method. So this is further likely to have more challenges from ship owners' perspective. Next one. Now, going forward, the emergence of zero carbon fuel will result in the decoupling of the energy supply from the crude oil reserve. And this means that the places where we have crude oil may not necessarily be the main bunkering hubs. And this offers a unique opportunity for more countries to become bunkering hubs. The key driver for this is low-cost renewable hydrogen. As you can see from the below table in the slide, countries like Brazil, India, etc. could become new bunkering hubs in the future. So, to summarize, which alternate fuel capacity in the long run? Is it hydrogen, ammonia, or other fuel? Well, this is still quite hazy. At the moment, nothing is very clear. It is quite possible that there will be multiple fuel scenarios in the future, depending on the trading pattern of the vessel or this type of the vessels, with some fuels becoming more popular in some areas or some types of vessel. Due to the lack of clear future, some companies are adopting a slightly different approach. They are maintaining maximum fuel flexibility and continue with conventional fuels and later switch on to alternate fuels. However, the future fuels are already pre-designed. So they have a pre-designed already at the time of new building. Next. Okay. So that's the end of my presentation. Thanks again, everyone, and happy to discuss this exciting topic further during the breaks or during dinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Hemant. It was an interesting topic. I did not cover that in my introduction, though, but I think I had got the wrong introduction. But thanks for the insights into fuels and alternate fuels way forward. Now we have Mr. Fabian Hackworth from One Ocean. Based out of Hamburg, Germany, Fabian has been working as an area sales manager for One Ocean, renowned service providers for charts and publications worldwide, for the last 4 years. Fabian has worked in the maritime industry for 7 years and has a strong understanding of the processes and technology used by stakeholders. He is passionate about providing customers with fit-for-purpose solutions to aid navigation and compliance, fulfillment, efficiently and safely. Yeah, welcome to the dais.
Hello, and first of all I would like to congratulate the Nautical Institute for 50 years and for the wonderful event today. I think it's amazing what has happened so far. So let me start, because we have heard a lot of issues today. We heard a lot that we need data collected, and that's basically my topic for today's presentation. So I'm going to show you how data collection can actually make the work for the seafarer on board easier and also a safer place in the end. This one, yeah, just put it in. I have a lot of slides, so it's easier when you perfect, yes. So basically, I'm just talking about that's fine. Just back to the one slide. So basically, our impact. So what is important for us as a company is basically to make everything easier for the seafarer in the end, and we want to make the shipping industry a safer place. Just recently, we have been acquired by Lloyd's Register, which is a foundation. So now One Ocean is a foundation as well, which gives us in the end the capability to work on solutions for the shipping industry, and we don't have to have the financial thought in the back of our mind. So we are now really helping the industry. Can you go to the next one? Just very quickly, in case you haven't heard about us, just a few stats and figures about One Ocean. We are based in, so the core hubs are based in London, Montreal, and Singapore, and there you can see a few figures of what we are doing. I think the most important part is that about 16,000 vessels are currently trusting our services, and that we are providing data to those vessels. So just quickly talking about the total voyage approach, because we need the data in the end to have a safe voyage on board. For the data, we need to collect it either from external or internal sources. We need to share the data among the shipping industry, so we can't just work in silos. We basically need to talk to each other, we need to share the data, and we need to give everyone access to the data. So this is how the data needs to be worked on. So you need to unify it, simplify it, adapt it, and to inform the actual seafarer on board. So you need to make it easy and accessible for the seafarer. They need to understand how we are working with it. And it can't end with the seafarer. The office needs to have the same access of data. So basically, we need to have a connection between office and the vessel in the end. everyone is aware of what's happening. And this is creating then situational awareness, and with the situational awareness, we can have great leaders because they can make the right decisions. Just quickly touching on the core focuses, it's basically navigation, environmental, quality, health and safety, as well as data solutions. So for navigation, it's not enough that we only know, for example, the depth in a chart. We need to know where we are going, what the rules are. We need to know if the weather is accurate and suitable for the vessel. So we need to take all of this into consideration. Just a few example slides. What we basically need in the end. It's the weather module, which is showing us what the situation is, if we can go there with the vessel. And then we also need to have information about ports. Sometimes a vessel is calling a completely new port, and they don't have any idea about the actual port. So we need to inform the seafarer. We need to give them all the tools necessary that they have a full understanding of what's happening. This will then ensure a safe navigation. Touching about environmental, we heard that the environment is a large concern, and basically it's a very difficult topic. We've spoken about MAPO earlier today. The MAPO regulations are not very easy to understand, and it's even worse if each country is then having their own regulations. And sometimes it's going to the stage that each city and each port is having their own regulations. Sometimes you have a scrubber on board. In one port you're allowed to use it, and the other one you can't. So all of this needs to have some clarity around it. So basically, we need to display it. We need to make the information unified. So this would be an example. With the traffic light scheme, you can immediately see what is allowed, what's forbidden. And that's the main concern about how we need to operate and give the data to the seafarer and to the office as well. And then this would also be amazing, which is a time scale. So you can immediately see when the vessel needs to change fuel, for example, when they're going into an echo zone, because all of this is information you need to have on board. And talking about digitalization and data in the end, what about digital logbooks? Wouldn't it be helpful to have everything in a digital format? You don't need to carry the paper anymore. You don't need to send the paper to the office after 3 months of filling it out. So basically, with digital logbooks, everything would be available and immediately visible by the office as well. Just to double check, to see if there are any issues, to flag concerns. And then coming to the quality aspect. As I touched, the office visibility is a very important point. So what about sending all the data collected on the vessel straight to the office, having immediate access, know where the vessel is, and then also showing if the vessel is deviating from a route, for example. We've spoken about piracy attacks. So it would be amazing if we know when the vessel is deviating from a route in the south of Africa, just because then we know, hey, we need to act fast. And then also just a library of documents and regulations to have it in place. It's a very good opportunity to enhance the knowledge on the vessel. And I touched on data. This is my last point I would like to really touch on, because data is important and we need to share the data. For example, we as a company, we own a lot of data. We have 16,000 vessels, as I mentioned. So this routes created by those 16,000 vessels, why not sharing it to the industry? Giving everyone access so they know what's happening, what's going on. Hey, can I take this route with my tanker, for example, in a specific size? All of this information would make navigation easier and also safer. And then just quickly touching about Lloyd's Register. As I said, we are now a part of the class, which enables us to help the industry even more, because we are not a privately owned company anymore. And then, thank you very much for the possibility of standing here in front of you. It's an honor to stay here. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them later today.
Thanks, Fabian. Well presented, neat and concise, quite a bit of scope covered as well. Shall we take up the Q&A now before moving on to the next?
and answers.
Or maybe on second thoughts, we'll perhaps finish off the valedictory and then come back to the Q&A so that we can have more questions and more time. I would like to introduce formally Captain John Prasad Menezes and share quite a bit of his exciting history, a very distinguished personality. Captain John Prasad Menezes sailed on merchant ships in ascending capacities from cadet to master between 1975 to 1990. Came ashore and now practices as a marine consultant, expert witness, and maritime arbitrator. He holds a law degree from Bangalore University and Masters in Maritime Law from London Metropolitan University. Presently the Vice Chairman of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers. He has been a member of the Executive Council and Executive Board, Member Director of the Nautical Institute, retiring in July 2022. He has been Vice Chair of the IMO Subcommittee of the Nautical Institute and a member of the Nautical Institute Foundation Subcommittee. Captain Menezes has been former President of the Kannada Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Trustee of the New Mangalore Port Trust, Independent Director of MRPL, Mangalore SEZ Limited and Seven Islands Shipping, besides served as a Deputy Master of the Company of Master Mariners of India. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Captain Menezes to deliver the valedictory address.
Admiral Muralidharan Sir, fellows and members of the Nautical Institute, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you to share some of the thoughts that we have gathered this day. We have acquired knowledge. Knowledge is power, and the thirst for knowledge has never been quenched. And you will all agree with me that if the mind does not know, the eyes don't see. Well, in a crisis, you have to emerge as a leader. Maybe if you are facing the storm as a master, then your mind has to know, and then only you will see. You got to have that particular vision of understanding beauty, strength, and wisdom. Earn the respect of your team members, lead by example, and practicing core values and beliefs. So how would you like to understand management leadership? I would like to take it as the three sides of the triangle. The first particular part is planning. Proper planning and preparation prevents poor performance. So one particular part of that triangle is planning. The second particular part is delegation. If you delegate with proper communication, which is the other particular part of the triangle, so you have a perfect teamwork. But yet, please remember that we as professionals have to understand the ABC. First is that you have to be available on call. As a master, in the night orders, what do you write? Call me if you are in doubt. So this master has to be available. B is behavior. The master cannot say that I have had a late night or something like that. He has to be, instantly responding to that particular call. And third particular part is competence. Competence can be further subdivided. That is, do you have the time to keep on inquiring, or rather there have been continuous speakers who have mentioned that we have got to update knowledge. Dr. Simon mentioned about it. The second particular part in competence is integrity. And the last particular part is the quotient, which will ultimately bring in the teamwork spirit. So we have all heard of the intelligence quotient. We have heard of the social quotient. We have heard about emotional quotients. I better not, Ajay is in front of me. But what I would like to emphasize upon is the gratitude quotient. And if you have all these particular, what you call ABC, that is availability, what you call the behavior and the competence together with TIFT, that is the time availability, the integrity and the quotient, I'm sure that the teamwork will deliver the goods. Now, you all have to understand that we are in a service industry. Be aviation, be the tourism, the hospitality. What does shipping do? You go to a particular shop, pick up your stores, and you're bringing it home. Either you carry the bags with you, or you use a cycle, or you may use an automobile to carry those goods. But what has happened? The goods have moved from point A to point B. There has been a particular service that has been used. Perhaps a vehicle has also been, but there is a human factor. And that particular human factor, you have to understand, because shipping is a derived demand. So in the event that you want to have steel ultimately, you have to move, perhaps iron ore, you have to move coal, from different sources. So the first particular part of service is understand that service is invisible. The goods move from point A to point B in an invisible manner, but it happens in a very systematic and in a processed form. Systematic, we had a pilot who, the master gives an ETA, wants to tender his NOR, the pilot comes on board. The pilot brings it, the tugs are ready, makes fast, the gangs are ready, you have the immigration. So everything is a system and a particular process. You don't have to actually, wait or, the immigration, the customs. The moment the hatches are open, the stevedores work, the ship is out. So one, the service is invisible. The second particular part is everything is systematic and it follows a particular process. The third particular part of this is that the man on the spot, he decides whether you are a truck driver or whether you are an aviation captain or a pilot or whether you are a ship captain. You don't keep on taking instructions. In that particular moment of time, you take the man on the spot. So you have to understand that we are in an invisible industry, rather service industry, which gives invisible service. And the second particular part that we have to understand is that we are having the public glare. Just imagine that in the event of an oil spill, in the event of any particular collision, you have the media glare. So this particular industry, though it does a lot of good, an incident like the Ever Given, so you can just imagine how much of negative publicity that happens when the positive particular part is never mentioned. So on one particular part, we have the maritime leadership. Second particular part is the changing world that I'm coming to. And the changing world, I just want to take you to from 17th November when the COVID outbreak took place in China, and which boomeranged in the early months of 2020. And then what happened? The change. The car manufacturing industries went in to produce artificial ventilators. The fashion houses went in for having masks being done. We had technology coming in, in the sense in the pharmaceuticals for the needs of catering to the vaccines. So ultimately, we changed. We never traveled. And we also saw in the shipping era that these particular equipments, these particular medicines mass were all logistically transferred from the places where have, like the people who had it, to people who did not have. So it went on to the extent that the shipping industry started chartering air flights for crew change. So, I mean, all this change took place in a matter of we survived the storm. So, this is what has happened when there has been a crisis. People rose to the occasion and we have moved on. Coming to the other particular part about the technological changes of the Nautical Institute, as well as what the years ahead are in store for us. First of all, I just want to talk to you about the changing world. I mean, how many of us remember that we all had to get up in the morning at 8 o'clock as a second officer to take the morning sight? Then after that, at the meridian to get the noon position. Today the sights are out. Today, the charts are out. In the sense we have a GPS on your particular mobile. The second particular part is EGDIS. In the sense the paper charts are out. We have use of drones on shipboard operations. We have video conferencing. So automatically the data exchange has taken place. So all this, the NI2, when it was formed in 1972, the founding fathers felt the need. And those of you who have been early members of the Nautical Institute, in the sense, the first particular part scheme was, it catered to the industry, the oil sector. They brought in the DP scheme, DP Tech, technical expert, dynamical position, technical expert group. And then it moved on. In the sense, it took membership at the IMO. It was not easy. We don't have a voting right. But at the same time, we are the voice of the mariners and the marine constituency at the IMO. So the other particular part is that during the human element, Captain Mohan Naik has mentioned about the mentoring program, and we have kept on further adding value-added stuff. For example, marine spatial planning. Marine spatial planning is run by the World Ocean Council, where the major part of the work has been done by the Nautical Institute. We think that there are only 5-6 people who are involved with the use of the marine space. But marine space is from the bottom of the seabed, to the surface of the water, and up to the space. There are 43 stakeholders, and 43 stakeholders are going to fight it out. And ultimately, only when we have 100% efficiency of the maritime spatial planning, MSP, then only we will be a progress country. Countries like Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, they are close to 110% of the MSP planning. And Nautical Institute is one of them, one of the organizations which has taken a lead in MSP. So similarly, if you have to take the present lot now, we have had the recent launch of the Nautical Institute Foundation just about a year ago. And what does this Nautical Institution Foundation do? It's a charity organization, and that particular part is now at the moment focusing on the safety of bulk carriers and the liquefaction of ore cargoes. It's also taken up particular projects in the fishing industry. In the sense, we have spoke about Sustainable Development Goal 5, but Sustainable Development Goal 14 is life underwater. And life underwater, that has to be talked about, because the next particular crisis is on fuel, which many of us are talking about, and the other particular part is on fishing. We talked about illegal fishing. So the Nautical Institute has taken up the project of the glow letter. In the sense, we're talking about marine pollution, but the bigger pollution is the plastic menace at sea. The amount that is there in the islands, the amount of plastic that is in the Pacific Rim is phenomenal. It's supposed to be the size of Texas, twice the size of France, and that is being cleaned up. So this particular plastic part of it many of the fishing boats, their debris, the nets, they're all gone. I mean, in a sense, what you call this, fish trap, things like that. So the Nautical Institute has started a scheme of auditing 50 particular fishing vessels on a trial basis. I mean, in the sense, our CEO just took part in a conference of the Asia region, which is at Thailand recently. And what I would like to impress upon is that we are focusing on the training of the seafarers for the next 50 years. And why? On what particular? I would just like to highlight the alternate fuels we are talking about. We're all talking about fuels, yes, but just imagine if there is a gland leak of ammonia in the engine room, what will be the consequence? Hydrogen is the what you call lowest level of molecule, and hydrogen is stored at minus 253. I mean, this is what you call. So you just forget about having cold burns and survival. But what I'm looking at is that if you're going to do this bunkering, will we be having new bunkering procedures? Will we be having new safety drills? And will we be answerable in the event of there is a crisis or a casualty in the port or in a particular city or in a particular nation? So the Nautical Institute at the moment is focusing on these particular aspects and looking ahead. So I would like to emphasize that to join the Nautical Institute, I mean, for continuous professional development, and wish blue skies, green lights, and many fathoms below the keel to the Nautical Institute, which I'm a proud member from 1986. And let us all work to be respectable in life, useful to mankind, and an ornament to society to which we belong. Thank you, and I'm very grateful for all of you for a patient hearing.
Thank you for the valedictory speech, Captain Menezes. I'm sure many of our brethren in the audience would look forward to joining us as a part of the Nautical Institute. Look forward. We'd like to go back on the Q&A session for the last, the way ahead session, the two speakers that we had. The question and answer open, the floor is open for Q&A.
So the previous session we didn't have Q&A. If they have any questions.
Yeah, we could combine that as well. We have some time in hand.
I got a question too.
Mike.
Yes, the question is, about a term called risk homeostasis. Risk homeostasis, many of us would know, is when we do something, all the hazard identification is limited to what we perceive. But there is still a don't know area, an area which we don't know. And like, for example, many years when we started using hydrocarbon fuel, we didn't know what this damage we're going to do. What are the perceived threats of using hydrogen or ammonia, etc.? 50 years from now, we'll realize if any study in that area. By using this, what damage are we going to do to planet Earth?
Would like to take the question?
Yeah, okay. So there is still a lack of clarity in ammonia. A lot of research is going on, as I mentioned. Just about a couple of weeks back, there is a study conducted and which concludes that the laughing gas, the nitrous oxide, is extremely dangerous for the atmosphere. So there are doubts like that. The ammonia engines are still not ready, and there are a lot of concern about toxicity. So things are working out, but there is still whether it will finally succeed or not, it's not clear. And also, to start with, during the starting phase, you have to proceed slowly. Do not try to take any shortcut, because if you have a single oil spill or a single incident, all the plans of ammonia will go for a toss. Now, talking about hydrogen most likely will go the way for the fuel cell. They'll be used in fuel cell rather than for combustion in the engine, especially for long voyages, because it needs a large space. But again, there's an issue about hydrogen is that it is very prone to leakage. Being the smallest molecule, your normal welding will not work in hydrogen storage tanks. And also, even the normal steel will not work because the molecule can still escape. So a lot of research and development is still ongoing. It's a long way, but yes, definitely all the hazards have to be addressed. But there has been a study, for example, for ammonia in the port of Oslo, which they concluded that if there is a spill of ammonia in Oslo city, the consequences are not going to be that bad. But that's for the city. But the concern is what will happen on the ship. So that's still a question mark. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Captain Krish.
Thank you. Thank you all. Captain Hemant, about alternate fuels, if it is still work in progress and research in progress, shouldn't IMO and the shipping industry wait and settle the question about the safety of alternate fuels and the efficacy of it before? I mean, ships are not laboratories, are they? We need to get on with the business of transporting goods.
Yeah, okay. So the IMO, I'm not sure how much of you are aware that IMO has been talking about one of the important component of the greenhouse gas strategy of 2018 was to have some kind of an institute which is going to have funds for research and development. So that still hasn't been formed, and now to fund that, there were plans to have market-based measure like carbon tax to do that funding. So IMO is still, because they have to take consensus for various countries. So the issue at the IMO level is that the least developed countries and the small countries, the small island countries, they are the ones who are having a lot of challenges. We don't have the funds in case we are not able to comply. We can't have the funds. So because of all that, it's not happening at IMO level at this moment. But individual organizations, there are consortiums working on it. There are a lot of MOUs who are working on it. Yeah. Thank you.
Just to supplement on the question and this topic being discussed, if you recall how LNG carriage started off 20, 30 years back, maybe even further back, LNG is also very, very difficult to store. It's not as toxic as ammonia, I agree, but there has been a lot of learnings that have come up over the years. I'm sure ammonia, there's a lot of drive. There is a timeline that each of these United Nations frameworks on climatic changes are putting forth. So unlike the normal course of development, I think there's a lot of impetus into discovering means of implementing alternate fuels. So I'm sure definitely we'll have something, maybe next year if we meet, we'll have something more clarity.
Yeah, just to add on, so while we are having these things getting developed, we have also development from the training perspective has to be done. Still, whether the fuel is successful, that's why R&D is going on. Once the R&D is done, the pilot projects are done, then the training of the seafarers have to be done. Similarly, we are talking a lot about autonomous shipping. We are proceeding for autonomous shipping. In 2024, you will have the first fully autonomous vessel running. So again, the training requirements, that will also come up. So all these things are slowly evolving.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Excellent presentation, I think, throughout the day, and the two panelists today. Fabian, I have a question for you. Your presentation I could make out. Do you also work with technical data, or was it mostly related to navigation and route planning?
So we, One Ocean, we don't have technical data. We don't have everything around what is needed for the CMI, for example. But there is a part of the newly formed Lloyd's Registered Digital arm, which is called I4 Insight. So they are collecting technical data as well and putting it into performance monitoring, etc. So we, One Ocean as an arm, is only having the navigational side, taking care about safe navigation, etc. Yeah.
Right, thank you. So.
Good evening, everybody. First and foremost, congratulations to Nautical Institute Southwest branch for having held such a fantastic day full of takeaways. Very much impressed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
See, one thing I want to just an information. Like the next HTW meeting is in IMO on the 5th of February to the 10th. India has put up a paper for compulsory shipboard training because the slots for trainees on board ships are, people are finding problems to get shipboard training slots. So one of the things is like the India where we have 15% of safe manning, similar recommendations. This has been, a proposal has been sent to IMO. It is just gone today. Of course, today was the last date for submission. Then we have also put up a paper for the new technologies, mass, fuel training, and many other papers for incorporating whatever the developments coming up in the new every day, including the various mass codes as it is going ahead. Now, what I wanted to ask is, in the last session there was no question answer session. This is specifically addressed to my ex-colleague Shraddha Gole. Yeah. The problem is today when we look at the training of, like, we want gender diversity, the industry today is asking for gender diversity, whereas while we had introduced it long ago and the demand has been not so good, though we have tried a lot to do publicity all over the country. There are various ship owners today asking, because of this global hue and cry over gender diversity, rightly so. But in India, we are not able to get in any of the institutes what we see female candidates to join these courses. At the most, you may get 5%, and that number is itself big. That 5% means out of 40, it's just 2 or 3 or 4, like that. So we have tried to publicize all over the country. The industry has in some way tried, but I think the Indian social and customs, they don't allow much of the females to come into this profession, or there is no concerted effort. But what I suggest is, if the industry can do something about it, of course Nautical Institute is one of the sources, but so many other organizations, everybody puts their hands together, there can be some effect to this effect. Most of the ship owners say, but still we are not in a stage where ship owners are openly welcoming, other than possibly some of the very few ship owners. This is one point I wanted to put forward. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. These are just comments.
Yeah. Thank you for the insight.
Just to answer that, the direct question to Shraddha is that what is stopping women from coming out to sea? What can we do?
I still feel that it is awareness that is, and when I said, I had a very nice conversation outside during tea break, that when we said that the place has to be safe and safe for women. So whether shipping is considered as safe option or no, that is again a question, and we were talking about the pirates attack and stuff like that, and how would women do such kind of scenario. I come from a
Because during the tea break, Philip was telling us that he's got a requirement of 20 girls right now to be trained in 3C. He's not getting them.
May I suggest something? Recently, I mean, like, I had to do a ship inspection on an oil rig, Modu, on behalf of a flag state. And for that, I mean, my BOSET course had expired. And I had the privilege of doing the firefighting at INS Karanja and the survival, I mean, the Hewitt and all that at Namac. I'm talking about October, end of October. I would like to share with you that out of the 20 people, who were in this particular firefighting course, almost 8 of them were girls. And we were surprised that they are all joining the catering industry. I mean, in the sense, they are joining the, saloon, they're joining the beauty parlors, they are joining the spas. I was quite amazed that perhaps, in the sense, once you come into the hospitality industry, catering colleges and all that, perhaps, it's an easy way out than the other particular part where you have to go up the ladder as a cadet and like what Captain Mohan Naik said, they don't want to take up either it's my way or the highway, that way. Okay.
We have time for one last short question, if any, before we move on. Anyone? Captain Singh, you had requested for a brief, a few moments to present a souvenir or memento. We move on to the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity. We've got 2 additional mementos to be given to the Nautical Institute, and we'd like to take this opportunity from the Bombay branch to present them now. So, Tom should take the chair.
Okay, I request Captain Ivor. Captain Tom Joseph. Yes, go on. Mr. Fabian.
This is from Nautical Institute India West. To you.
And now may I request Chairman, Captain Tom Joseph, to give a memento to Captain Hemant.
As we conclude for the day, I would like to invite Captain Sargent to propose the vote of thanks. Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry. A memento for Mr. Fabian. Yeah.
Mr. Fabian, please.
Some more mementos to be completed for the day.
Deepak. Memento to Captain Sargent.
Captain Sergeant, the convener of the event.
And I think I will present this memento to our Honorable Secretary.
Captain John Menendez. I invite Captain Sergeant to propose a vote of thanks.
Honorable members of the Nautical Institute, friends, dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and proud privilege to stand before you to express gratitude to those personalities who have made this 50th golden anniversary of NI a possible dream come true for all of us at NI India Southwest Branch. We thank the Nautical Institute headquarters, especially the CEO John Lloyd, for choosing Kochi as one of the 12 venues across the globe. We've had a galaxy of dignitaries who have left their mark on session chair, speakers from far and near, even at short notice. We are grateful to the global industry leading sponsors as well as India event sponsors, without whose support events of this nature is just not possible. Team NI places on record the loving hospitality extended by the staff of Taj Malabar, the professional services by Brian, our event manager, Perfect Day Events. A special thank you to each and every one of you for being a patient and cooperative audience. It's been a long day for all of us. I've had the opportunity to address you all with the first word today, in the morning, and now time has come to say the last word of the evening. I take this opportunity to invite you for the dinner and cultural events to follow in the adjacent lawn. Good evening once again. Thanks a lot. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us from the Nautical Institute team Southwest. Yeah, we will be gathering there at 7 o'clock. We will be gathering at the lawn at 7 p.m. Those who would like to bring their better halves may please do so. You have sufficient time to quickly run and get your lady.
So why don't you join us, because we are honored to have a vice president. Very rarely. That's what even I quickly went and called my wife. I said, you never had a person in uniform. So in the center.
Just a little bit sidewise.
Yeah. request Mumbai members to please stay back for one group photograph.
Members of the Nautical Institute, West Branch, Mumbai, requested to come for a group photograph near the dais, please.
Anybody from Mumbai? Mumbai Nautical Institute?
Captain Ajay Achyutan is wanted.
Dual competence. Home consumption.
Any vehicle is going back to casino? Any vehicle going back to casino?
Yes, sir. We have 2 cars. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Our function for today's evening is about to begin. Make yourself comfortable for the evening. We have a lot of entertainments for you. I request NI Southwest Chairman, Captain Tom Joseph, to come on the stage and welcome you all officially. We've had a very nice seminar today, all to the credit of the NI team and the guests, and everyone's contribution is acknowledged this evening. So now it's time to unwind and have a very nice time. Also, the bar is open. Please get your drinks.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you all and welcome you all to this final event of the Golden Jubilee celebrations of Nautical Institute. Established in 1972, Nautical Institute has gone 50 years, and today we were actually deliberating on what happened in the last 50 years and what we can expect in the next 50 years. And the theme for the seminar today was Maritime Leadership in a Changing World. We had a very educative and purposeful seminar where the doyens of industry came and spoke on various topics which are very useful to the industry as such. The institute, which is celebrating the Golden Jubilee today, has 56 branches and 7,000 members across the globe. And this Golden Jubilee celebrations were charted out almost 1 year ago, and at that time, when we bidded for conducting the 12th and final international seminar in Kochi, and it was granted by Captain John Lloyd, FNI, the Chief Executive Officer of Nautical Institute, London. Captain John Lloyd for having reposed his faith in us, and we could do our best. As you know, we can't say everything can be done perfectly, but if you feel that we could do to certain near perfect status, I think we are satisfied and thankful to all those who have made it possible and made it a successful event. Now, all good things are to come to an end, and I am hoping that this evening you all will relax and sip your drinks and enjoy the cultural events of Kerala. 3 or 4 events we are going to perform here, and I hope you will enjoy that and be our guests at Taj Point here with the picturesque backwaters on your backdrop. I supposed to welcome you all, but I can't help but thanking my team, particularly Captain John Prasad Meneses, FNI, our secretary. Despite being almost 500 kilometers away from Cochin, he came dashing down to Cochin at least 3 or 4 times at least in last 6 months to see that everything is going fine, and also coordinating everything by remote control from Mangalore. So that way Captain John Prasad Meneses takes all the credit, should go to him only, and we were only supporting him. I thank Captain Joseph Alapat, FNA, our Vice President, Vice Chairman, and Mr. Deepak Shashikumar, our Treasurer, and our executive members, Captain Joskuti Thomas, our former Chairman, and Captain Shivangutti, Captain Merotram, and all the executive members of Cochin chapter. I welcome you all. Captain Sarjan, who was the convener of this event, he had been running around last 1 week at least, and day in and day out, struggling for making this event a grand success. A big thank you to Captain Sarjan. And now I cannot but say that, but for the naval officers who have been here and Chief Guest himself, Captain Vice Admiral Humpy Hawley, Commander-in-Chief of Southern Naval Command, he came here in the morning. He was the Chief Guest. He delivered the keynote address, and we had some men in whites making the event a very, very successful event. I am thankful to all the naval officers who are present here with their good ladies, and Admiral has excused himself. He said he will not be able to make it due to the serious events happening in connection with the Navy Week this week. I would also welcome our sponsors, One Ocean, Marshall Islands Registry, Seven Island Shipping, IMGC, Dynacom, NA South, NA India South, and Apollo Ship Management. Thank you all for supporting this event and welcome you all to this function. I hope I have not missed out anybody. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, please take your drinks and enjoy this evening and carry back some memories for this gala day. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told in the morning session also, Captain Joskuti Thomas, FNI, our former chairman, the founder chairman, he is considered as the Bhishma Pitama of NA India Southwest. I request Captain Joskuti Thomas to come and raise the toast.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to this evening's proceedings. You are right beside the Arabian Sea, at Kochi, Queen of the Arabian Sea, a lovely city in God's own country. Kochi has been a trading post and city for many centuries with many cultural and other ethnic diversities. We at the Nautical Institute, India Southwest Branch, are honored that you took the time off to be in our midst. We've enjoyed your company and friendship throughout the last 2 days. Yesterday evening, we had an ice-breaking party where many of you attended. But it was not really an ice-breaking party, it was an iceberg-breaking party. We actually broke a couple of icebergs, and let's continue the good spirit today. During the proceedings today morning and afternoon, we shared knowledge, we acquired a lot of information, and a lot of questions were asked too. It is equally important that we meet, network, and socialize to cement the bonds of friendship through fellowship, hence this evening's event. We have organized a cultural program so that you can relish the taste of the Queen of Arabia and Kerala through 4 dance programs that you will soon see. The Nautical Institute India Southwest Branch is just 7 years old, and we had the good fortune to host the Golden Jubilee celebrations this time. We are thankful to the NI headquarters in London for giving us this opportunity. We have had an excellent leadership displayed by Captain Tom Joseph, our chairman, and the present office bearers, ably supported by Captain John Menezes, who did all the running around. On their behalf and members of India Southwest Branch, I wish all persons and friends a lovely evening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can raise your glass to toast. Ladies and gentlemen, to your health, wealth, peace, and happiness. Thank you. Enjoy this evening. Nandi Namaskaram.
Mohiniyattam is a classical dance form of Kerala in South India. This dance is traditionally performed by women. It was said to come from Mohini, a character that Lord Vishnu embodied to seduce his enemies. For the dance, the dancers use her feet and hands to convey a story.
Very good evening, everybody. Thank you so much. And thank you. And what I'm going to do here is a very different art form. It's Autentulla. And it's very interactive art form. It's very humor art form. And it's taking the character from the audience too. I think it's the audience is far away from me. And if it's possible to come forward and please, and it's just half an hour performance, and it's very interactive and very humor art form. It's very different art form. And the performer is dancing, singing, and interacting too much, and is taking the character and with facial expression and hand gestures. And the story's name is Kalyana Saugantikam. As we all know, the Kalyana Saugantikam is a very old art form, a very old story. And it's from two Indian epic, Mahabharata and Ramayana, as a blend with two. Because we have three main characters in the story, Draupadi, Bhima and Hanuman. The story is like this. Draupadi, she wants to collect the biggest flower, Kalyana Saugantikam. Her husband Bhima tried to collect the same. During his journey, he has of course met some obstacle, but he met with some dancing girls called Apsaras. And thereafter he encounters with the actual hero of the story. He was an old, tired monkey. He laid out the path blocking his way, and he says, I'm very old, I'm very weak, and you try to put my tail away, and please make your way, and please go. Bhima tried with his club, but never it happened. Finally, he learned that this old monkey was his elder brother Hanuman, and actually, Hanuman tries to destroy the pride of Bhima. And this is a story in brief. Because of my speed at the shortest time of my performance. That's why I'm talking very speedy. And if you don't mind, and I'm starting my performance with your prayer and blessing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
evening, dear ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Next, we will present before you Kathakali, traditional dance drama form of Kerala. Kathakali, Katha means story, Kali means dance. So Kathakali means story dance. Kathakali is centuries old traditional temple dance of Kerala, originated in the first half of the 17th century AD. It is usually performed in the temples during the festival, and it is performed the evening and in the early morning. Today we present the story, Narakasura, taken from the great Hindu epics Bhagavata. Stories are taken from great Hindu epics Ramayana, Mahabharata or Bhagavata. Today our story, Narakasura, taken from the great Hindu epics Bhagavata. Story. Narakasura means killing of demon king Narakasura. Today we are not going to kill demon king Narakasura. Today we present the initial scene from that story. Narakasura was a powerful king among all the Asuras. He ordered his servant Nakratundi, she was demon lady, to kidnap some beautiful heavenly ladies for his amusement. Nakratundi reached heaven and kidnapped some beautiful heavenly ladies and returned. By returning time, she sees handsome Jenda sitting in a garden. Jenda, he was son of Indra, the prince of heaven. At first sight, Nakratundi loved him and she decided to marry him. And she changed her body as a beautiful lady named Lalita. And she approached him beautiful dance movements and she requested him to marry her. Heavenly Prince Jenda rejected her request. She again and again requested some sexual activities. At the end, Jenda realized that she was a demon lady and he ordered her to release the lady and get her from here. At the end of the story, Lalita changed her original body named Nakratundi and she tried to catch hold of Jenda. Jenda became very angry and cut Nakratundi's ears on breast. Nakratundi reached heaven, rode to Narakasura. Today's story part Narakasura Vatham or the murder of Narakasura, taken from the great Hindu epics Bhagavatam. A small part of dance now start. Please see and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next item is Teyyam. They make a very ritual art form from northern Kerala and some part of Karnataka. Thank you, everybody. And our next item will be on stage, Teyyam.
Big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for this cultural program which has been tremendous success. Thank you, artisans, who has performed mind-boggling. Now, if you guys want to photograph with these artists, I'm giving you an opportunity. Please come to the stage in 10 numbers. 10 each. 10 each. We give you opportunity. 10 each. You can use a step. maximum 10 people, please. We'll give you opportunity for each and everybody to take photograph with them. A professional photographer will take. We will send you the photos of the memory of coming to Cochin for NI 50th anniversary seminar. I said 10, now I think 100. We give you opportunity. No problem, no problem. If you can sit like that, it's fine. I can't. Photographer, please don't object the photographer. Will take very good. One by one, everybody. They will pose. Fantastic. This is something we cherish. Next batch, please come forward for the photograph. Thank you so much. If any of you wish to contribute to these artisans, I would say please come forward for their welfare so that they will do it next time also. Please. Please contribute handsomely, please. We would be very obliged if you can contribute some money to this artisan. Anybody else? Please come forward. It's your opportunity to take a photograph with them. Please come, please come. Don't feel shy. Please come. Please come, sit down.
I request MOCC and Synergy team to please come forward. Kushan, please come for the photo. Kushan. Mia, please come. How are you?
All of you, thank you very much. Good night.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, fortunately, Sergeant is not going to have the last word. Sergeant, on your behalf, let's all give a very big hand to Jose, the saxophonist, and his son Victor. So, such a talented family. 3 cheers to Jose and Victor. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Unfortunately, as per hotel rules, we have to close at 10. So, no, the bar is still open. The food counter will go on. And those of you who would like to have Antakshari like yesterday, they can continue. Okay, please.
ഇപ്പൊ പോയി ഫോട്ടോ കൊടുക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞേക്കണം. എന്താണ് സൗണ്ടോ?
You guys have been stuck with a continuously online fish now, no? Last one. This is a NI YouTube, but you are uploading continuously or it's edited and uploaded? Continuously. But now in between in the gaps is there? It's cutting. Oh, that's what. I sent when the inside was going on, no? When human element was going on, I knew some people in my office were interested. I sent them a link on the, I saw that on the YouTube, it was live, I sent them a link. Then I was wondering, you were doing here, I was wondering, if gap aa gaya, power gaya, unko aram se khadel hai. So that's why I ran inside. I said, what the hell is going on here? Get up. It was not a total power failure. It was only on the first stage. So anyway, they got it done. Good job.